Chapter 1753. Among you, more than 90% of you are the first batch of students accepted when the academy was established. You have been studying for 12 years. Life is but 100 years, and you have already spent more than 10% of it in the academy. Nye Sun repeated what he had said several times. His eyes swept across the faces of the young people below, and his lips curled into a faint smile. In life, what we seek is nothing more than fame and fortune. You have studied hard for so many years, and it is finally time to show your ambition. Leave the academy, there is a wider world. At this time, there was no concept of graduation. Even the aristocratic families couldn't provide more than 10 years of such high quality and systematic education for their children. Basically, they had to learn as long as they lived. But the Golden Scale Academy was established by Jiang. In order to save teaching resources and reduce the teacher's burden, the senior students who had learned well should get lost. No, they should come out and work for her. Otherwise, what was the point of cultivating them for so many years? The senior students graduated from the academy, and the first-grade students took their place. In this way, the leeks could be harvested batch after batch, growing and multiplying endlessly. If the students wanted to further their studies, they could borrow other books from the Golden Scale Pavilion. The headmaster of the academy could not teach them for a lifetime. This news was like a bolt from the blue to most of the students. They were used to studying in the academy and were not ready to leave. Nye Sun told Jiang. Ji meant that graduation was not to drive the students out of the academy, but to end the stage of study after they had completed their studies in the academy and met the requirements. At the same time, graduation also meant that their years of study were recognized by the academy and the famous scholars. They were qualified to use this as capital to promote themselves, and even be recruited by the Lanting Duke. When this news came out, the students' depression, worry, and confusion were swept away. They became high-spirited and excited. Conquer them. Enter officialdom. Didn't they study hard for so many years just to change their original fate? These students were the first batch of students in the Golden Scale Academy. There were 100 male students and 100 female students. Including Feng Yi and some other students who got into the class through connections, there were no more than 210 students in this batch. This batch of students were the orphans of fallen soldiers. To put it bluntly, they were common people. Common people were qualified to study for 12 years, and also qualified to be recruited. It was almost an opportunity to change 18 generations of ancestors. For a moment, all the students were eager to try. They were excited and thought that everyone would be conquered. Ji Yunshu had invested 12 years of manpower, resources, and financial resources. How could she waste them? In the end, Nye Sun's next words sent them from the heaven of excitement into the world of confusion. Those who do not pass the graduation examination will either leave the academy or stay back for a year and continue to participate in the examination with the students of the next level. Everyone, what? There's a test for graduation? Nye Sun said, the graduation assessment is to test the results of your studies in the academy these years. When you graduate from the academy will keep the files of your studies in the academy forever. No matter where you go in the future, you will be a student of the Golden Scale Academy. Each of you represents the academy and is the face of the academy. The academy will not allow students who fail in their studies to go out and ruin the good reputation it has accumulated over the years. Therefore, a graduation test was set up. Only those who passed the test with outstanding results would have the right to graduate and leave. In the future, you will pay. No matter if you are an official, a teacher, or living in a corner, you have to be careful with your words and actions. You can't discredit the academy. He spoke very sternly. The students could feel the power coming from his body and subconsciously became more obedient. The assessment will be set at the end of the first month after the new year. Everyone's expression changed. This was not a chance for people to relax during the new year. Those who pass the graduation assessment can participate in the assessment held by Duke Lanting in May next year. Those who pass can become an official. Nye Sun threw another bomb. Those who compete with you on the same stage are not only your classmates, but also the 85 ladies in the female class and the scholars of the Golden Scale Pavilion. Everyone, don't embarrass the academy. Just do your best. Feng Yi had something to ask. Headmaster, can you tell us the general content of the assessment? Nye Sun said, it will be the 6 arts of a gentleman. There are 6 subjects in total. Everyone, someone said with a trembling voice, the ladies in the female class will also participate? They have also studied hard in the academy for many years. Of course they will participate. Nye Sun sighed in his heart. There should be 100 people in the female class. However, Some of the older ones couldn't stand it and chose to marry and have children. Some of them went to the military camp to work hard. The remaining 85 had lost their parents. Their relatives couldn't control them and didn't have the right to decide their souls. These female students also felt that the academy was quieter and safer. They didn't have the thought of marrying, so they stayed in the academy to continue their studies. When Ye-sun said this, everyone wailed in their hearts. There was no other reason. The ladies in the female class were extremely skilled in martial arts. They didn't belong to the category of normal women. Competing with them on the same stage was too much of a bully. However, Headmaster Ye-sun said that the assessment of the 6 arts of a gentleman was etiquette, music, archery, writing, calligraphy, and mathematics. Other than archery and writing, the female class had no advantage in the other subjects. Moreover, as long as it wasn't a face-to-face fight, the results of the male class wouldn't be bad. When they thought of this, everyone's anxious hearts slowly returned to their original place. As long as they didn't fight one-on-one with the ladies in the female class and hurt each other, they still had a chance. Ye-sun saw that the students naturally accepted the fact that the ladies would compete with them on the same stage. He was a little shocked. However, he soon figured it out. This batch of students in the Golden Scale Academy had been living in the academy for more than 10 years. They were isolated from the outside world. The education they received was open, and their thoughts were also open-minded. In addition, during the big classes, they often interacted with and compared with the female class students. In their minds, they didn't feel that there was anything wrong with women being conquered. If someone belittled them in front of them, they would think that person was being ridiculous. This scene was naturally caused by Jiang Qigong. Ji hoped to see it. It was difficult to change the minds of adults, but it was different for children. In order for you to successfully pass the graduation assessment, your studies will be quite arduous. Please don't complain. After being serious for a while, Ye-sun's tone finally softened. There was a hint of a smile on his face. The students muttered in private. What's the big deal about suffering? It's the big deal if you don't pass the assessment. If they didn't pass the assessment, it meant that the results of their 12 years of study wouldn't be recognized. They would have to repeat the year and take the assessment together with the next cohort. It was too embarrassing. Everyone's nerves were stretched taut. They couldn't wait to revise their lessons even in their dreams. #I love learning. Learning makes me happy. The headmasters of the academy were worried that these students would become sick from studying. When the New Year's Eve Lantern Festival began, the headmasters encouraged the students to go out and play for a day or two. Of course, the real reason was... Chapter 1754. To the people of Yangzhou, the New Year's Eve Lantern Festival was an event of great significance. Jiang? In the first 2 years after Ji took over Xiangyang District, she organized the Lantern Festival in order to quickly restore the livelihood of the people and encourage them to have hope in life. In the following years, Xiangyang District developed better and better. Hundreds of thousands of people came to live there, and the tradition of the Lantern Festival was preserved. Many smart merchants seized the opportunity and imitated Jika House to organize various promotional events. Not only did it arouse the people's desire to shop, but it also increased their sales. The merchants made a lot of money. When other merchants saw this, they were extremely envious. Soon after, they organized some kind of promotional event to benefit the people during the New Year's Eve Lantern Festival. This was somewhat similar to the Double 11 Chopping Festival in the Salted Fish Dimension. Every year before New Year's Eve, these events were held. Some diligent and thrifty people developed the habit of stocking up during the New Year's Eve Lantern Festival. Of course, there were many merchants who participated in the event. Some sold fake goods for personal gain, and some even cheated the common people into buying inferior goods at low prices. There were also those who maliciously used price wars to squeeze the living space of their own kind, thereby dominating the market share. Even Jiang? Ji's occupation in her previous life was not related to being a merchant. However, she had come into contact with many people and understood some of the little tricks of the business world. These little tricks were the leftover tricks of the ancestors in her era. However, in this ancient era where business development was still in its infancy, every idea could set off a considerable business storm. In other words, with the advanced business philosophy, even Jiang? Ji did not want to be a vassal and fight for the world. As a merchant, she might be able to create a considerable business empire. Therefore, while promoting business development, the Empress Dowager Ji made many rules to restrict merchants. Many of the regulations were inexplicable to the current merchants. However, over time, as Xiangyang District flourished and its economy far exceeded that of ordinary states, Some merchants who had been doing business for a long time figured out some clues. They increasingly felt that the Duke of Lanting was unfathomable. Taking one step at a time was not scary. What was scary was taking 10 steps at a time. They could not afford to offend such a big boss. Time to slip away. Out of fear, they repeatedly restrained themselves and the shops under their name, not daring to overstep the boundaries. Others were not as clear-headed as them. Some of them were black-hearted merchants who would resort to unscrupulous means to earn money. Unfortunately, this was Xiangyang district. The regulations regarding merchants, shops, and commodities were detailed and clear. If one was caught, he would be sacrificed to the heavens. There was basically no hope for him to make a comeback. Once they crossed the line, not only would they face a heavy fine and a year in prison, but they would also be banished from Xiangyang City. Their businesses would no longer be able to do business in Xiangyang City. For merchants, it wasn't a big deal if they could use money to avert disaster. The punishment of being banished and unable to do business was severe. Against the merchants, Jiangyu was not lenient when it came to collecting taxes. Of course, merchants could also think of ways to evade taxes, but once they were caught, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Even so, there were still countless businessmen who racked their brains to rent shops in Xiangyang City Market. There were many people and business opportunities in Elephant Sun City. The business environment was good and stable, so there was no need to worry about being robbed by bandits. In the past few years there had been chaos and chaos. The feudal lords and tyrants had imposed exorbitant taxes and levies, and there were even cases of coercion and robbery. As a result, some merchants had gone bankrupt and were unable to continue their business. Even if there were no feudal lords or tyrants, there were bandits and gangsters. Any shop that wanted to do business would have to pay a high protection fee. Not handing it over? Then they would rush forward and loot all the shops. In comparison, Xiangyang City was a paradise for the merchants. Every New Year's Eve Lantern Festival was their carnival. Some merchants from other places also wanted to come and join in the fun. They booked temporary stalls 1 or 2 months in advance and brought their goods over to sell. They came in high spirits and returned in high spirits. While the merchants were happy, some of the scholars and minor landowning families were unhappy. Scholars, farmers, merchants, and merchants were at the bottom. The Lord of Lanting did not respect the scholars, but instead took care of the merchants. Was there something wrong with his brain? That was what he thought, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, this was Ji's old nest, her home field. The last person who dared to insult Jiang in public? Those who badmouthed Ji were beaten up by her brainless fans on the way home. The most annoying thing about this person was that after he was beaten, he didn't reflect on himself and instead went to report it to the authorities. In the end, the authorities asked about the whole story and generously gave out 7 days' worth of prison meals. For a large clan like the Feng clan, they were very smart and knew how to protect themselves. Why would they rush to make such a stupid statement? Not only did he not oppose Jiang. Instead, Ji found ways to express her goodwill and earned a lot of benefits from it. For example, the clan leader of the Feng clan. The current clan leader of the Feng clan was Feng Xiu, Feng Jin's eldest brother. He used Feng Jin's connections to cut the queue and rented a few of the best shops in the market. The business scope was very wide. At this time, Feng Jin realized that his clan also had a lot of business. Feng Xiu? He couldn't help but complain, "Do you think you grew up eating wind and drinking dew?" There were so many people in the main and side branches of the Feng clan. Even if the clan's resources were tilted to the main branch, the large number of side branches also had a lot of expenses. Their living expenses were not bad, but studying and learning to write were the ones that burned money. All of these needed money. Because of the unregulated business in this era, coupled with the influence of the chain of contempt, the landowning families had shops under their names, but most of them followed the rules. Most of their income still depended on the land. They spent a lot of effort to acquire land because there was money to be made in it. Under the constraints of the family tradition, the Feng clan didn't act so arrogantly, but they still had a lot of land under their name, many of which were accumulated by their ancestors. But what about their second brother and Jiang? Ji was bound to them, and the latter had been suppressing the landowning families. If it was in the past, they could probably kill them by gathering the power of the landowning families. Now, they were getting stronger and the landowning families were being weakened. Feng? The eldest brother frowned and realized that things weren't so simple. He discussed with his father, Feng Ren, in private. He didn't know what they said, but they sold a part of the land at a friendship price. This part of the land eventually went to Jiang. Ji's hands were full of fertile land. To return a plum with a peach, they relied on this favor. They also got a shop in a prime location in the market from Feng Jin at a low price. The Feng clan used to have some shops, but the profit was very low. It was not as much as the income from the land, let alone stable. Feng. They studied the market and made adjustments. In addition, they sold a part of the land to Jiang Ji's favor in exchange for preferential treatment. The business was booming, and in the end they even opened their business to the counties around Xiangyang. The annual income was actually several times the dividends from the land. Well, this business was not a loss. Feng Jin was speechless. Since his eldest brother took over the position of the clan leader, he seemed to have opened the door to a strange world. Huaizhang, are you still not done? Madame's gentle voice came from outside the house. Feng? He responded, yes, I'm coming. Feng? 4 years after he separated from his first wife, Madame Du, he only remarried when his 2 legitimate sons reached the age of understanding. He didn't have any resistance towards remarrying. The legitimate sons needed a mother to teach them, and the Feng clan also needed a matron. After a failed marriage and a hysterical wife, he didn't have high expectations for his second wife. Instead, he was full of surprises. Chapter 1755. Why are you dressed so plainly today? Feng Gui came out and saw his wife's light makeup. He was not used to it. The culture in Elephant Sun City was very open. Women's makeup was bright and bright. In recent years, there had been great improvements in the dyeing of fabrics. Bright red and purple colors were no longer something that only wealthy families could afford. Walking on the street, the women's clothes were colorful. Among the shops under the Feng family, those that dealt with women and children were the most profitable. Feng Gui was not a pedantic person. Bright colors were the trend now. Naturally, he would not stop his wife from pursuing the trend. But, ever since she married into the family, she had been cautious. Her jewelry, makeup, and clothes were all plain and old-fashioned. It was fine on a normal day, but it was bustling outside today. It was only right for her to dress up in a festive manner. Feng Gui sent his wife a lot of jewelry and makeup. Unfortunately, she only used them in her room and refused to see anyone. His wife smiled. It's not good to dress too brightly. I'm worried that people will gossip. Feng Gui replied, what's there to gossip about? His wife smiled and did not speak. Feng Gui frowned and remembered that he was married twice. So was his wife. Although Feng Gui was the leader of the Feng family and the Feng family seemed to be in the right position in these troubled times, it was not a problem for them to maintain their former glory. However, he still had a pair of legitimate sons. Moreover, his wife did not die, but he had a peaceful divorce. His biological mother was still alive. With such conditions, even with the halo of his family background, he did not fare well in the marriage market of the aristocratic families. The aristocratic families disdained marrying their legitimate daughters. Even if Feng Gui was clean and had no concubines, and his personal conditions were not bad, his daughter would be the mother of his second child. In the future, when they had children, they would have 3 legitimate sons. If they did not inherit the family name, they would be at a disadvantage. Small families would like to have a piece of this pie, but the Feng matriarch had high standards. They could not match up to him. In the end, old Madame Feng's hair was about to turn white from worry. Just when Feng Gui said that he would continue to be single, he actually found a suitable candidate. This candidate was not bad either. His family background was noble. His father was a great scholar and his mother was from a prominent family. At the age of 15, he was engaged to a scholar from an aristocratic family. That's right, Feng Gui knew this scholar. They had been friends since a long time ago. When the scholar got married, Feng Gui had even sent him a congratulatory gift. Unfortunately, this guy was a short-lived ghost. After getting married for less than a month, he wanted to have fun. When he went out for a horse race, he was thrown off his horse and trampled to death. He left behind his beautiful but childless wife as a widow. At that time, the 4 self-accomplishment classics for women was in vogue. She was forced to return to her parents' home because of rumors of her husband's curse. Feng Gui had even gone to the scholar's funeral to offer his condolences and lamented for a few days. He did not expect that after a few years he would marry his wife. Underscore smiley face, angle. Underscore no matter what, Feng Gui really liked this madam, especially when he had his first wife as a comparison. What's there to be afraid of? Don't tell me they'll gossip in front of you. I'm afraid they don't know how to spell the word death, said Feng Gui. A few days ago, didn't your mansion purchase a new batch of winter clothes? I think that primrose color is not bad. I remember that you also made 2 new headwear? After all, she was the matriarch of the Feng family. Her wealth couldn't be summed up with the words, having a mine at home. How could she dress as shabbily as a small family? The madam looked at Feng Gui helplessly. In the end, she couldn't argue with him. She went back and changed her clothes. She also changed her makeup. It had to be said that the fresh colors and bright makeup had a great visual impact. Just by standing there, she was eye-catching. While Feng Gui waited for his wife, he played mahjong with his 2 sons. He couldn't help but blame Lanting Gong Jiangpingji. She had too many playthings. Speaking of which, wasn't she fighting a war outside? How did she have the time to do these things? Perhaps Feng Gui's wife had been a widow for too long. She couldn't get used to such bright colors, especially when people were looking at her. However, when she saw that the women on the streets were dressed more brightly than her nervousness gradually dissipated. The New Year's Eve Lantern Festival was held in the largest markets and business districts in Xiangyang District. Every year, red lanterns would be hung high in front of every house. The street lights were bright and people were weaving in and out. Other than the usual activities such as guessing lantern riddles and drawing colorful lanterns, there were also a variety of new entertainment activities. For example, the official theatrical troupe would put on a stage to perform on that day. Basically, they were all popular and festive plays. One could watch them with a cheap ticket. Of course, the Lantern Festival also included eating and drinking. Under the leadership of Jiang Pingji, the unreliable feudal lord, Xiangyang District was very enthusiastic about the development of delicacies. Although there were some dark dishes, most of them were delicious. They were easy and quick to prepare and were very suitable for roadside stalls. How attractive would the New Year's Eve Lantern Festival be? Along the way, Feng Gui saw many familiar faces. These people were the ones who criticized Jiang Pingji the most. Yesterday, one of them even criticized Jiang Pingji for placing too much emphasis on merchants and putting the cart before the horse. However, although their mouths weren't honest, their bodies were quite honest. Feng Gui greeted the other party from a distance. The other party smiled awkwardly but politely. Even the gentry would come out to join in the fun, not to mention the other commoners. Feng Gui wouldn't imitate the commoners and eat while walking, but he still bought some and found a nearby private room to slowly enjoy his meal. Uncle, Auntie. Feng Gui had just entered the inn with his wife and servants when he heard Changxing's call. Turning his head to look, he saw his second brother, Fengyi, standing beside Changxing. There were also a few other youths who looked either familiar or unfamiliar. Based on their temperament, most likely they weren't commoners. They were probably classmates who were on good terms with the academy. Changxing whispered something to the others and brought Fengyi forward to greet them. "Why don't I see my 2 cousins? Feng Gui replied, "They're getting old, how can they still be restrained?" They accepted a friend's invitation to go out and have fun. Although his 2 sons had been led astray by his first wife, Feng Gui brought them up personally and then threw them into the Golden Scale Academy to train them. In the end, he managed to turn them around. The trauma of their childhood didn't seem to have left any lasting effects on them. Now that they stood out, they were the standard descendants of the Feng family. Feng Gui also heard that his 2 sons had stayed up all night fighting for the Golden Scale Academy's graduation examination. He felt very gratified. Striking a balance between work and rest was the right way. They had studied too hard recently. Taking advantage of the festival, they should go out and meet their friends and relax a little. Of course, the real reason wasn't known to outsiders. Feng Gui felt that his wife was still young. If he brought his sons out, he was afraid that others would misunderstand as a father bringing his son and daughter-in-law under smiley face. Engel, I heard from Brother Rongli that my 2 cousins have been very tired recently. Uncle should talk to them and tell them not to push themselves too hard. Feng Gui's 2 sons' talents could only be considered average. They were also the oldest in their cohort, so naturally they were under a lot of pressure. If they were to be held back, where would the Feng family's reputation go? Feng Gui nodded in agreement. The Feng family had always been like this. When they were young, they held on tightly. When they grew up, they basically didn't care. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a weirdo like Feng Ju. His own sons, he really should show more concern for them. After chatting idly for a while, Feng Gui let Changxing go out and have fun. With an elder by her side, the youngsters wouldn't be able to enjoy themselves. Today was a suitable day to bump into acquaintances. Feng Gui had just started criticizing his 3rd brother, Feng Ju. When he went upstairs, he saw him. Feng Ju and his second brother, Feng Jin, were staring at each other. Chapter 1756. Feng Gui's words were not an exaggeration. Feng Ju seemed to have been avoiding his 2 elder brothers for the past few years. As long as it was an occasion where Feng Gui and Feng Jin were present, this fellow would never appear. There were some situations where he really couldn't avoid them, so he simply used the excuse of visiting friends and relatives, or simply claimed to be ill and stayed at home. Feng Gui felt that it was pointless. What was the point of the three brothers quarreling like this? Feng Jin thought so too. Was there any obstacle between brothers that could not be overcome? Besides, it was a chaotic world now. It was already not easy for the three of them to survive. Look at the other brothers, they were basically separated by life and death. He had even crossed the threshold of life and death. Was there any contradiction in this world that was more difficult to cross than the difference between life and death? Look at Sir Cheng Cheng's two sons. The eldest son, Cheng Sun, hung himself on the crooked tree that was Su Bei. When Su Bei was defeated, he committed suicide to follow him. Looking at Wei Si's elder brother, Wei Dan, it was said that he treated Wei Si like a brother and a father. Their brotherly relationship was deep, but in the end he also chose to commit suicide after being defeated. The two brothers, Meng Heng and Ye Sun, were still alive. However, they had fought against each other and plotted against each other to kill each other. After witnessing so many parting of life and death, what knot in his heart could not be untied? At the end of the day, it was all Huang Song's fault. Back then Huang Song had abducted Feng Ju right in front of Huang Song. This delay had lasted for more than 10 years. At the thought of this, Feng Jin's hatred for Huang Song deepened. Unfortunately, Huang Song had signed an oath of alliance with Jiang Pingji, which was equivalent to a protective talisman. Feng Jin could not touch him. Feng Ju was still watching from the side. If Feng Jin really made a move, it would be even worse. At the end of the day, Feng Jin had suffered quite a bit because he was afraid of harming the innocent. When Feng Gui came up, Feng Jin and Feng Ju, who had been staring at each other, felt increasingly uncomfortable. It was as if they had not expected to meet under such circumstances. Fortunately, they were still rational. They maintained an awkward but polite smile and stiffly bowed to their elder brother and sister-in-law. Feng Gui coughed lightly. His voice sounded unnatural. Everyone's here today. Indeed, they hadn't even gathered for the new year a few years ago. Feng Gui had thought that they would never see each other again. Did you come out together or did you just happen to bump into each other? Why didn't you bring someone along? What's the point of being alone on such a lively day? The Lunar New Year's Eve Lantern Festival was supposed to be spent with family. If these two left their wives and children at home and went out to enjoy themselves, it would be too much of a jerk. If it weren't for the Feng family's background and the genetic buff with their EQ, they would have been alone forever. Feng Gui chose a mat and sat down. Feng Jin said, Jing Xian has an appointment with sister-in-law. Jin doesn't like crowds, so I'll wait here. Feng Ju nodded in agreement, but his expression was a little stiff. I see. Feng Gui nodded his head. It looked like his two younger brothers weren't hopeless after all. I heard that younger sister-in-law is busy with government affairs and it's rare for her to have a chance to relax. Third sister-in-law, since you're shopping with her, you must enjoy yourself to the fullest. After all, we're family. We can't distance ourselves from each other. These words were not only directed at Wei Jingxian's sisters-in-law, but also hinted at his two younger brothers to end their childish conflict. Speaking of which, it was strange. The three brothers of the Feng clan usually didn't see each other, but the wives of the three were close friends. However, Wei Jingxian was currently working for the government and didn't have much free time. Instead, it was Feng Gui's wife who was closer to Feng Ju's wife. As soon as Feng Ju finished speaking, the other two brothers agreed awkwardly. Initially, it was Feng Jin and Feng Ju staring at each other. Now, it was the three brothers staring at each other. The air was filled with an atmosphere that made one feel awkward. Feng Gui's wife had been able to maintain a warm smile at first, but under the pressure of the three brothers' awkward auras, she gradually lost her smile. Finally, Feng Gui put on the attitude of an older brother and asked about Feng Jin's recent work situation. No matter how awkward the topic was, it was better than the three of them staring at each other in silence. As the saying goes, an older brother is like a father. When Feng Gui was young, he took good care of his younger brother's studies. It was normal for him to be concerned about work when he grew up. Feng Jin's work was naturally smooth sailing. In the years that Jiang Pingji was at the front lines, he had lived a comfortable life. Without his lord, who would occasionally come up with all sorts of weird ideas to torture the people around her, he would secretly laugh in his bed at night. After speaking about Feng Jin, Feng Gui wanted to show some concern for his youngest brother. Feng Ju was the father of two children. Even if it was for the sake of his wife and children, he should reconsider his life. Admittedly, Feng Ju wouldn't starve to death even if he stayed at home. After all, he was still a direct descendant of the Feng family. As his eldest brother, Feng Gui would provide for his family. Even if Feng Gui was unwilling to provide for them, Feng Ju was also a rich man. His private treasury was very rich. It wouldn't be a problem for him to eat and drink until he died. However, Fengju was the father of 2 children. Did he really want to set such a decadent image and role model for his children? Fengju was still a dead pig that didn't fear boiling water. His eldest brother's words went in one ear and came out the other. He listened attentively and refused to repent. The more Fengjin listened, the angrier he got. If not for his good manners, he really wanted to give his younger brother a beating and beat the water out of his brain. What kind of bewitching potion did that scoundrel Huang Song feed his younger brother? Huang Song couldn't even turn over a new leaf, yet Fengju still wanted to hang himself from this crooked tree. But the reality was, Fenggue sighed. There's no one else here today. Huijia, why don't you tell me what you think? Why would you rather waste your time than pull yourself together? Fengju said, how can you know the happiness of a fish if you're not a fish? You're not me, how can you know what I'm planning? Fenggue and Fengjin stared at their younger brother with a death stare. Such a troublesome younger brother, they should just beat him to death. Fengjin suppressed his anger. What kind of plans do you have now? Must you learn from Qingjing and become a teacher in the academy? Is it better to teach and educate people? Although Qingjing was also unwilling to become an official, he was unwilling to do so for himself and his fellow disciples from the same sect as Langya. He wasn't wasting his time teaching in the academy either. Every day he was enriching himself with learning. On the other hand, what about Fengju? Fengjin hoped that his younger brother would go and teach as well. But on second thought, his children would also be studying in the academy in the future. If they really let Fengju, this traitorous scammer, teach them, that would really be misleading their children. Fengjin was a kind and honest person. He couldn't bring up such an unkind suggestion. In the face of his 2 older brothers' threat of, if you don't tell us the truth, we'll gang up on you and beat you up, Fengju finally compromised a little. His eyes darkened and he let out a sigh. One look and it was obvious that this was the prelude to a long speech. There are some things that you don't know. It's not that I don't like Lu Shi, I'm just a little confused. What confused? Fengjin wasn't going to listen to his youngest brother's nonsense. This fellow spent his days eating, drinking, and having fun. He followed Huang Song everywhere. Was there any place in the entire Xiangyang district that they hadn't wandered? Not to mention Xiangyang district, they had wandered the entire Wanzhou. Fengjin had never seen such an impudent, defeated feudal lord. Confused? He thought that Fengju was feigning ignorance. I'm thinking, is this person Lu Shi or someone else? Fengjin and Fenggue were prepared to answer their younger brother's doubts. They didn't expect to hear this. That's it? That's it? Fengju spread his hands and said, that's it. That's it. Fengjin was speechless. Chapter 1757. Fengju's desire to live was still very strong. Faced with the death stares of his 2 brothers, he revealed a little of the content. In the end, it stemmed from a dream. What dream? Fengjin suppressed his anger. This mischievous child had always believed that man could conquer nature. He did not believe in feudalism at all. As long as it was related to numerology, he had always been dismissive. Why was he talking about a dream now and being confused for a long time? Fengju said, a dream related to Lu Shi. Fengjin held his breath. He was afraid that his brother would say something profane. What good could come from a grown man dreaming of another woman? If it was any other woman, it would not be a problem even if they had a dream. However, it was different when the other party was his lord. It was as serious as the beginning of the investiture of the gods, where King Zhou, or to be precise, Emperor Xinzi wrote obscene poems about Nuwa. Of course, since it was a romance, it was a made-up story. Even though it was full of flaws and bugs, the plot was good and the content was novel. Fengjin was still a fan of the novelist's book. He would always catch up on the latest chapter. King Zhou took liberties with Nuwa and destroyed the Shang dynasty. If Fengju revealed his dream about Jiang Pingji, the Feng family would probably be devastated. Fortunately, this mischievous child was not so insensible. Nonsense. Fengju said, it's very strange. The Lu Shi in the dream was not called Lu Shi. Her surname was Jiang and her name was Peng. She was called Pengji. Hearing this beginning, Fengjin felt a little hopeless. Had her younger brother read too many romance stories in the novelist's novels? What he thought about in the day was what he dreamed about at night. How could he possibly have an earth-shattering romance with goddesses with all kinds of personas? Yes, there were such stories in the market. Even though the goddesses had various personas and there was no innuendo, it could not change the core. The domineering queen fell in love with the stubborn, kind, intelligent, and virtuous scholar, Tom Su. Fengjin still did not understand how this kind of rubbish romance passed through Wei Si's review. Could it be because of resonance? Feng Gui said nonchalantly, "It's just a dream." Feng Ju said, "Was it really a dream? It's too real. Everything I've experienced in my dream is as distant as the clouds in the sky, yet it's within reach." Feng Gui asked, "What's the specific content? Do you want to look for Master Yuanjing to ease your mind?" Feng Ju said, "That Jiang family and the current Lu Shi, their temperaments are similar but also different. Their appearance is similar and their background is the same, but it shouldn't be like this. Even though there are only a few fragmented scenes in the dream, I feel very different." Feng Ju had only had that dream once. Even though it was only once, the details of the dream were deeply engraved in his mind. It was completely different from his usual dreams. It was this uniqueness that caught Feng Ju's attention. He was so bored that he began to analyze the difference between dreams and reality. The more he analyzed, the more confused he became, and the more confused he became, the deeper he sank into the mire. At the same time, he also discovered many things that he had never discovered before. For a period of time, he almost couldn't tell the difference between reality and dream. Before sorting out these messy things, it was impossible for him to become an official, not for anything else, but because he couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. Even if he did, he didn't know if he had the courage to become an official. In his dream, he met Madame Jiang. In a fit of pique, he ran away from home and encountered a predicament. He entered a bandit's lair and met the bandit leader, Madame Jiang. In his dream, Madame Jiang was a bandit and she had the air of a bandit. She often killed people with a sneer. In order to save his life, Feng Ju could only change his name to Feng San, and become her incompetent advisor for a few months under smiley face, angle, underscore. In the dream he was quite rational at first. Later he didn't know what was wrong with him. After drinking a few bottles of wine, he heard that the other party was going to do something big and overturn the universe. His blood surged and he shouted that he would use force to cut off the focus of this chaotic world. To sum it up, the two of them drank for a whole night and roared at the moon like crazy people. No, that was crazy. From the perspective of a third party, Feng Ju clearly saw the hidden shrewdness in Madame Jiang's eyes after he changed his name to Feng San in the dream. Wake up, this guy knew Feng Ju's identity from the beginning and deliberately dragged him into a trap. Because the dream was seriously fragmented, Feng Ju could only sort out a general direction. They became close friends by chance, but they were destined to go astray. When he saw Madame Jiang wearing the fur coat that represented the emperor and wearing the 12 crowns on her head to ascend to the throne, Feng Ju could also feel the excitement and joy in his heart. It was as if all the depression that had been squeezed in his chest had been released, and his heart was surging. However, this was not a fairy tale. It was impossible for it to stop abruptly at the most beautiful moment. As Madame Jiang ascended to the throne and took control of the world, the two of them who used to talk about everything, still had a disagreement. The source of the disagreement was the Feng family, or rather, the topic of scholars and commoners. Looking at himself in the dream, Feng Ju was a little stunned. It turned out that he also had such a side to him. After some fragmented scenes appeared, Feng Ju finally understood why he was so protective of the Feng family in the dream. Feng Ju was the only one left in the direct line of descent of the Feng family. He had no right to be willful and could only carry the entire direct line. For the interests of the Feng family, he argued with the emperor and did things that he once thought he would never do. Gradually, the decades of friendship were exhausted. The Feng family lost two elder brothers, and the Feng Ju in the dream became the person he once hated the most. It was hard to say whether the emperor had let down the Feng Ju in the dream, or Feng Ju had gone against the original intentions of the two of them. According to the dream, the cause of the death of the two elder brothers seemed to be indirectly related to the emperor and himself. Well, it was probably when they were vying for the throne. This was also the reason why Feng Ju was unwilling to face his two elder brothers all these years. One was enough to make him feel guilty, but two was simply a critical hit. Feng Jin could not help but complain. "You took the dream seriously." Feng Ju said uncertainly, "The dream is too real. Maybe, there really is a past life, this life and karma?" According to the fragmented dream, the Jiang family and Lu Shi had a common characteristic. They were not outstanding before the age of 12, but after the age of 12, they amazed the world with a single brilliant feat. Each of them was more troublesome than the other. The Lu Shi he knew was still okay, but the Jiang family in the dream was really out of line. She became a bandit and rose to the throne. She even shot her biological father at the city gate. Yet, such a rebellious character. Sigh, it seemed to be more in line with the brat Feng Ju's taste. Cough cough, this was not the point. The point was that Feng Ju asked the master if there was a possibility of possession. In the end, the master rolled his eyes at him, pointed to the sky and said, "A noble son has fallen from heaven. Mortals do not speak of heaven's secrets. Be careful not to get yourself into trouble." That meant it was possible? However, there was no proof. Feng Ju could only keep this secret and let it rot. Possession by demons and ghosts was called mischief, but how could it be called possession by a noble son sent by heaven? It was King Destiny. Feng Ju vaguely mentioned the relationship between himself and the Jiang family in the dream. Feng Jin gave him a look. If it was really a past life, wouldn't Feng Ju be in a hurry to become an official? What are you blabbering about? The two of them continued their predestined relationship. What a good plot in a novel. Feng Ju could not help but sigh. Lu Shi is not the Jiang family. The Feng Ju in the dream was the first white moon of the Jiang family. They were fair-weather friends. The Lu Shi in reality? This woman was too sentimental. Chapter 1758. What do you mean by, Lu Shi is not part of the Jiang family? Feng Gue had the illusion that he was going bald from worry. His brother's illness seemed to have worsened. He went straight to the point and asked, "Huaijie, tell me, what exactly do you think of the Duke of Lanting?" Feng Ju himself could not explain it clearly. Rationally, he was more inclined towards Huang Song. Even if Huang Song had already been defeated and lost his lofty ambitions, he and Feng Ju had been friends for more than 10 years, and they still maintained contact even now. On the other hand, Feng Ju was not familiar with the current Duke of Lanting, Lu Shi, let alone his position in Feng Ju's heart. However, when he recalled that frighteningly realistic dream, the usually decisive Feng Ju became uncertain again. The Feng Ju in the dream had initially given his all for the Jiang family. That dedication was even greater than what he felt for the current Huang Song. A ridiculous dream could actually have such a huge impact on Feng Ju. The Duke of Lanting is naturally good. If he ascends to the throne in the future, he will definitely create an unprecedented prosperous dynasty. As Feng Ju said this, fragmented scenes from the dream surfaced in his mind. The dynasty under the rule of the Jiang family was indeed very prosperous. The current Duke of Lanting, Lu Shi, would naturally be able to achieve that. However, there are some things that I can't explain clearly. Isn't it not bad now? When Feng Gue heard this, he really wanted to open a hole in his brother's head and open it up to see what kind of trash was inside. What did he mean by, "Isn't it bad now"? What the hell, how was it not bad? Did he mean that he would stay at home all day and live off his parents and family? The Feng family had used a lot of resources to nurture him. They didn't expect him to be extremely powerful, but he couldn't just stay at home and live off his parents, right? Old Master Feng Ren had even retired. Currently, Feng Ju was living off his eldest brother, Feng Gue. When Feng Gue thought about how he had to take care of his youngest brother's family while he was busy with family affairs, he felt terrible. It would be very embarrassing if word got out. The third son of the Feng family had been known as a child prodigy since he was young, but after he grew up, he became mediocre. Did Feng Ju want to become a classic example of what people said, growing up is not necessarily good? Since it's so good, why are you still? Don't tell me you still think that Huang Bogeo can make a comeback? Feng Jin's eyes were sharp. It was as if Feng Ju dared to nod, he would chop Huang Song with a knife and let his corpse lie on the street. As an introverted brother complex, Feng Jin had never liked Huang Song back then. Even if Huang Song tried to please him, he would not budge. Now he hated Huang Song even more. Feng Ju was shocked and hurriedly said, "Elder brother, what are you talking about? If these words reach the ears of the Duke of Lanting, Bogeo will be in trouble." Huang Song had already given up. If Jiang Pingji became suspicious because of Feng Jin's words, that would be a tragedy. Feng Jin frowned and looked at his youngest brother with a pained expression. "You are a beautiful woman, yet you follow a thief. Huang Song was a scumbag, okay?" Feng Ju did not know that his second brother was imagining so many things, so he had no choice but to lie. "Now is not the time. Look, this excuse is exactly the same as the one Qingjing used back then." Feng Jin asked, "When is the time?" Feng Ju was quick-witted and immediately thought of a way to cover up the lie. With a solemn expression, he said, "I was unwilling to become an official in the past because of my old friendship with Bogeo. Moreover, I did not have much contact with the Duke of Lanting, so I planned to wait and see. Now I am still unwilling, because I am worried about something." Both of his brothers had brother complex filters. They did not see that Feng Ju was prevaricating. Instead, they asked him with a serious face, "What are you worried about?" Feng Ju said, "You are highly regarded by the Duke of Lanting, and you have a youthful friendship." Feng Jin interrupted him. "If it is because of this, you don't have to worry. Will you and I care about this? He thought that Feng Ju said this because he was worried that the two brothers would have a conflict in the future. They were of the same clan and had deep feelings for each other. They should support each other instead of opposing each other. That is not what I mean. I am saying that you are highly regarded by the Duke of Lanting. If he wants to recommend me to become an official, he can do it at any time. There is no hurry. Feng Ju shook his head and denied Feng Jin's words. He said, I am worried that the Duke of Lanting's actions in the future will go against the original intentions of the Feng family. If that is the case, when the time comes, it will be too late for you to retreat. Why should I get involved in this mess? It is better to wait and see first. When the situation has stabilized, I will see what her intentions are. I am not in a hurry to become an official. According to the dream fragment, the Feng Ju in the dream had indeed walked a different path from the emperor. Feng Jin vaguely knew what his younger brother was talking about. He frowned. At this moment Feng Gui spoke. I will take care of the family matters. Why do you need to worry about it? When Feng Gui said this, he exuded the aura of an elder. Not only was he the elder brother of his two younger brothers, he was also their clan leader. How the family would develop in the future and what path to take were Feng Gui's worries. At the moment, it was not his two younger brothers' turn to overstep their bounds. Feng Gui was afraid that if he spoke too harshly, his two younger brothers would misunderstand and become distant from him. He added, as long as I am around, the Feng family will not make things difficult for you. Unless there was an irreconcilable conflict between the survival of the family and his two younger brothers, Feng Gui would always support his younger brothers in their endeavors. He was the elder brother, the clan leader, and most importantly, their backing. When Feng Ju heard these words, a warm current flowed through his heart. It was as if this promise had transcended the barriers of time and space and was as precious as crossing mountains and rivers. He could not help but think of Feng Ju in his dream. That white-haired Feng Ju had sighed more than once. If his two elder brothers were still alive, they would not have reached this stage. Feng Ju was intelligent, but he was not suited to be the leader of the Shi clan. His personality was also not that sophisticated. He was unable to find a balance between the emperor and the Shi clan. If it had been Feng Gui with this elder brother's temperament and methods, the Feng family would have been able to remain calm regardless of the storm outside. Big brother, Feng Ju's voice was slightly muffled. That call was dragged out and sounded like he was acting coquettishly. Feng Gui did not fall for this. With a cold expression he asked, what other concerns do you have? Tell me all at once. Feng Ju, wait a minute, now is not the time to be touched. The last one is a little hard to say, it's not convenient to elaborate. Feng Ju revealed a rare look of embarrassment. Feng Gui and Feng Ju's alarm went off. Wait a minute, what the hell was this look of a young man in love? Feng Jin's mind immediately imagined the scene of his younger brother being pressed onto the ground and ravaged by Wuxia while his lord cheered him on from the side. Hence, Feng Jin said very sternly, Huijie, no matter how willful you are, there is a limit. You have a family, you must not do anything that will ruin the family's reputation. Was he courting death? He had a wife, a son, and a daughter, yet he dared to cheat on his lord mentally. Did he think of his lord as a lowly person? If Feng Ju dared to have such thoughts, Wuxia did not have to do anything. Feng Jin would first beat his younger brother to death and bury him on the spot so that his mother could give birth to another one. Feng Ju. He only wanted to be friends with Lanting and get to know each other better. How was that ruining the family's reputation? Chapter 1759. After making such an embarrassing mistake, Feng Ju's strong desire to live came into play. He was just short of patting his chest and explaining to his two brothers that he had no romantic feelings for Jiang Pingji. Not to mention him, even Feng Ju in the dream only regarded the Jiang clan as a monarch and close friend, okay? Regardless of whether it was the Jiang family in his dream or the Duke of Lanting in reality, both were powerful figures worthy of respect. He only admired and yearned for powerful figures. He would never blaspheme them with the narrow-minded feelings of a man and a woman. Even if the dream was very fragmented, Feng Ju could feel that in the dream, he regarded the Jiang family as his only close friend and deity. He could not wait to worship them, so how could he have the delusion of being an ordinary person? No man in this world would have the guts to be lovey-dovey with her and have children with her, okay? Feng Ju was so sure that he managed to calm his two brothers down. If there's a chance in the future, I'll recommend you to the Lord. Don't let me down. It's rare for us to gather together today, and it's so lively outside. Let's not talk about these serious matters. Seeing that Feng Ju's expression did not look too good, Feng Gui took the opportunity to change the topic. Huayu, just now I saw Changxing and the kid from Feng Zisher's family downstairs, do you know about it? Her brother was an introverted and dull sibling complex. At the same time he was also a misogynist. Changxing was raised in Feng Jin's arms. He didn't get close to his legitimate son. In the blink of an eye, so many years had passed and the child was about to get married. This time it was Feng Jin's turn to scowl. He said, "A grown girl can't be kept at home. She's already engaged, so let them do as they please." Feng Go smiled and said, "Although Feng Zisher isn't much, his only son is excellent. His family background was a little poor, but he treated Changxing well, and the elders had nothing to say. In the Feng clan, other than the Feng clan which had high requirements for family background, the other branches had even higher requirements for character, appearance, talent and knowledge." Feng Jin seemed to have thought of something and his lips curled into a smile. "That's true." Feng Ju said, "Perhaps Big Brother doesn't know this, but the children of Feng Zisher's family are indeed interesting and quite to my liking." Feng Gui was speechless. It would have been fine if his youngest brother hadn't mentioned it, but the moment he did, he was stunned. How could Feng Yi be a gentleman if the brat, Feng Ju, said something to his liking? Feng Ju added, "Just now that child made a promise to Changxing. If Feng Zisher knew about it, he would probably go crazy from anger." Feng Gui asked, "What promise?" Feng Ju said, "I don't know what Changxing said to his friend, but the kid from the Feng family said that when the two of them have children in the future, the boy will take his father's surname and the girl will take her mother's surname. Nowadays, other than women's families or those who marry into the family, no one else would let their children take their mother's surname. Although it was said that the daughter had to follow her mother's surname, outsiders would still gossip and say that Feng Yi had married into the family of someone of a higher status." Feng Jin said, "A few kids who don't know their place." Although the current atmosphere was more open and there was nothing wrong with a man and a woman getting along with each other, the two of them were shameless enough to talk about this before they were even married. I don't know where Changxing heard about double households. She told Rong Li that she wanted to have her own household after she got married. Later, she said that it was meaningless to be the head of a single household, so Rong Li promised his daughter to follow her mother's surname. Most importantly, he had not married his daughter off yet. These two scoundrels were already discussing whether they would have a boy or a girl in the future and what the child's surname would be. Feng Jin could not help but reflect on where his family's education had gone wrong. How could they have raised such a bold daughter? Feng Gui laughed, "Children's words carry no harm." It was obvious that Feng Gui did not take the matter seriously. Instead he took it as a joke. Little did he know that the two youngsters were serious. As a loyal brother, Feng Yi could not let the unlucky Sun Lan fight alone. He should at least show some support. As a student taught by the Golden Scale Academy, Feng Yi did not have the bad habit of despising women or clinging to the family line. After all, the environment in which they grew up was relatively isolated. The academy isolated them from the outside world's influence. Whatever the Golden Scale Academy taught them, they learned it. Coincidentally, Changxing was joking with him, so he agreed to it. However, some ugly things had to be said first. It was difficult for his family to continue the family line. If there was only one daughter in the future, she might have to change her surname back to Feng. Feng Yi was young, but his thoughts were very mature. He would definitely be able to fulfill the promise he made. Changxing laughed and pounced on him. "In that case I've profited greatly." Feng Yi caught it. "How so?" Changxing replied, "I had good taste when I was young. I picked a good man that was 1 in a million." Young aristocratic girls of the same age were married off blindly by their parents. But she was very lucky. Other than the 2 years when Feng Yi left to follow the army, she could see him every day. If they had not settled on this earlier, who knew how popular Feng Yi would be now? Feng Yi also said, "In that case I should be the luckiest." When the two youngsters had enough of being clingy, Feng Yi received her father's black face. "You unfilial son." Feng Jin's face was as black as a sheet. Halfway through he met Feng Jin. When he heard that his son had promised his granddaughter to someone else, he felt a pain in the ass. Feng Yi jumped to avoid her father's attack. "Father, why are you so angry?" Feng Jin asked if what Feng Jin said was true. Feng Yi nodded without hesitation. Feng Jin gritted his teeth and said, "You're really promising." Feng Yi did not reply. Feng Jin continued, "Aren't you afraid that someone will criticize you in the future and say that you married into the family? Their mouths are on their faces. How can a son control them?" Feng Yi said, "Unless father doesn't agree?" No one knew that as the future imperial censor, Feng Yi would be lucky if he did not find people to criticize. Who would dare to criticize him in private? Feng Zhen was furious. He was not a pedantic person. If he had a grandson, it would not be unacceptable for his granddaughter to take her mother's surname. After all, the Feng family was a large family. If she took the surname Feng, her future marriage background would be more powerful. The problem was, what if I only have one daughter? Feng Zhen's health was not good, and Feng Yi was born weak and sickly. It was hard to say whether it would be difficult to have children. Feng Yi smiled and said, Changxing is not unreasonable. If I only have one daughter, I will change my surname back. Feng Zhen, what were the brains of the youngsters these days thinking? Feng Yi continued, if father is really worried about the family line in 100 years, why not have another child with mother while you're still young? Feng Zhen's face darkened. He wanted to punch his own son. How could he tease his father's son like this? How could he have children so easily? How could Feng Yi be the only child? Just as the father and son were stabbing each other's hearts, hurried footsteps came from outside the room. It was Wan Xiuer's maid. Master Langjun, it's bad. Madam has fainted. Not only that, they also found some brown on Wan Xiuer's lower body. But according to the time, it was not yet time for her monthly cycle. What? The father and son did not care about anything else. They hurriedly called the doctor over. The doctor's expression was solemn. After feeling the pulse for a long time, he shook his head and changed to another method. Feng Zhen and his son were frightened. After a long time, Feng Zhen was so anxious that he was sweating. The doctor withdrew his hand and asked the maid about Wan Xiuer's period. After a long time. Chapter 1760. What do you mean I can't feel her pulse for now? Feng Zhen almost went crazy when he heard the word pregnant, but the doctor's next words hit him hard. No one would complain about having too many children. After so many years he was a father again. He was both happy and nervous, not knowing what to do. Poor medical knowledge told Feng Zhen that a woman's slippery pulse was pregnancy. The doctor said he couldn't feel her pulse but then said she might be pregnant. He was confused. The slippery pulse is smooth and smooth, like a pearl rolling on a jade plate. The doctor had a good temper and explained patiently, usually if a woman's pulse is slippery and she is not sick, then she is most likely pregnant. But slippery pulse only appears around 2 months of pregnancy, and it can't be felt if the month is too early. I asked the maids and learned that your wife's monthly letters are always on time, never late or early. But this month's letter was a few days late. There was some brown blood on her lower body, but it didn't seem like a monthly letter. So I concluded that she might be pregnant, but the month is too early and she is tired, so there are signs of miscarriage. To be safe, you should rest in bed for the next few days and drink something to protect the fetus. After a few days we'll see if your wife's letter comes. The doctor didn't say too much, only saying it was possible. The slippery pulse couldn't be the only indicator of pregnancy, because a man full of qi and blood could also feel it. Feng Zhen's brain stopped working and he stood there blankly. If the letter comes in a few days, the doctor said, then it's not pregnancy. I will come again to feel your pulse and prescribe some medicine for your wife. A woman's letter cannot be ignored. If it ends too early or is messed up, it will easily cause the yin and yang in the body to be out of balance, causing puffiness, premature aging, and even a decrease in lifespan. Feng Zhen's mind was a mess after hearing this. Then is she pregnant or not? Feng Yi couldn't stand it anymore. Regardless of whether she is or not, let the doctor prescribe her medicine first. After all, if they didn't take good care of her, they might lose their long-awaited child. Feng Zhen was enlightened by his son and hurriedly said to the doctor, yes, yes, yes. Quickly prescribe the medicine, the best medicine. The doctor was used to big storms and didn't take Feng Zhen's loss of composure to heart. When prescribing the medicine, Feng Zhen avoided his son, Feng Yi, and asked the doctor in a low voice. My wife had a child in the past, but she was tricked by a scoundrel into drinking a poisonous substance that caused her to have an abortion. Her vitality was greatly damaged, which worsened her condition of having a cold womb. If she really is pregnant this time, will it harm her body? Feng Zhen's brows were tightly furrowed, as if he was hesitating about something. It was true that Feng Zhen hoped for his legitimate son, but he also didn't want anything to happen to Wan Xiu. If he was really obsessed with having children, he wouldn't have only had Feng Yi for so many years. Your wife's body is indeed weaker than ordinary people, but it's not a problem for her to be pregnant. When I took your pulse just now, I found that the cold air in your wife's body was almost completely removed. It should have something to do with the years of meticulous care and recuperation. However, the doctor paused for a moment. Feng Zhen asked, but what? Don't keep me guessing. However, if I really get pregnant this time, I must keep it. A woman having a miscarriage is very harmful to her body and vitality, especially when your wife has accidentally eaten something poisonous. If she were to have another miscarriage, her body and bones might not be able to bear it. If she can't keep this child, the chances of having another child in the future are very slim. On the other hand, if she can successfully give birth and recuperate well after the birth, it can eliminate the hidden dangers in her body. Hearing the doctor say this, Feng Zhen's anxious heart calmed down a little. What happened to me? Wuxia wanted to sit up after she woke up, but before she could do anything, Feng Zhen pushed her back down. The doctor said that your old illness is acting up again. You have to rest in bed for the next few days and rest well. You can't get up as you please. Feng Zhen didn't say what the doctor had guessed. He didn't want to rejoice for nothing and make Wuxia feel bad. It was better to wait for her body to recover and confirm her pregnancy. Wuxia said, before I fainted, I did feel tired all over. Did the doctor say if it was serious? Feng Zhen said, as long as you rest well, it won't be serious. I will send people to keep an eye on you for the next few days. No matter how important it is, you have to put it aside for now. Wuxia smiled and said, it's already the new year. How can I miss out on the social interactions between families? Feng Zhen frowned. That's not right. Your husband is right in front of you. How can he let you worry about these things? She was doubting his ability. Wuxia realized that the people around her had a strange attitude towards her. Feng Zhen, on the other hand, had his eyes glued to her body. Even if she made a big movement, he would turn pale with fright. Feng Yi, that child, greeted her every morning through the door. She kept asking about her health, whether she had an appetite today, and if there was anything she wanted to eat. Needless to say, the maidservants who served her were even worse. Wuxia was speechless. She seemed to smell a conspiracy. It was as if everyone around her knew a common secret, but she was the only one keeping it from her. Could it be that she had contracted some kind of terminal illness and was about to die? Was that why Feng Zhen and his son were so paranoid? Wuxia lay on the mattress for a few days. Her body felt weak. After a few more days, she was finally allowed to sit for a while. Could it be that I really have contracted an incurable disease? Wuxia's heart sank. She never thought that she could be pregnant. The trauma left by that incident was too great. The child she had longed for so long had only been in her belly for 2 months before her birth father forced her to abort her. The doctor told her that it would be difficult for her to have another child in this lifetime. Wuxia tried to nurse her body and tried to give Feng Zhen one, but nothing happened. After the new year, Feng Yi didn't stay at home anymore. She moved to the dormitory in the Golden Scale Academy. Feng Zhen didn't agree. The dormitory in the academy was good for ordinary people, but it couldn't compare to home. Feng Yi smiled and said, son, you have to focus on preparing for the graduation exams. Even if you don't get first place, you have to be in the top 3. That's a double blessing. What double blessing? Of course, it meant that he did well in the exams and his mother's pregnancy was stable. Father, I'll leave mother in your care. Feng Yi was worried. Her father was very attentive to work, but he was careless when it came to family and personal life. When Feng Zhen heard this, he said, a real man must keep his word. If he doesn't do well, he should repent in front of his ancestors. In the past, he only had one precious child. He couldn't hit, punish, or scold him. Now that he had a new successor, he could do whatever he wanted. Before the first month passed, the doctor came again. Feng Zhen's muscles were tense and his forehead was covered in sweat. How is it? The doctor cupped his fists and congratulated. Congratulations, sir. Your wife is already 2 months pregnant. Her pulse is strong and her pregnancy is stable. Feng Zhen was mentally prepared, but he was still overjoyed. Wuxia was dumbfounded. What? She's pregnant? Chapter 1761. Subconsciously, she placed her hand on her flat abdomen. Tears gathered in her eyes and after a while, tears rolled down her cheeks. She had already given up hope. She didn't expect God to give her such a big surprise. My wife. My good wife. Feng Zhen wanted to hug Wuxia, but stopped halfway. He retracted his hand, afraid that he would break this porcelain doll. Feng Yi received the news and rushed back. She didn't see her mother but saw her father sitting in the corridor. I've given up hanshi powder for many years, but now I'm craving it. But I can't touch it, so I got a few jars of wine. Feng Zhen saw his son and pointed at the mat beside him, indicating for him to sit down and drink with him. Son, there's a new heir in the Fengs. Feng Yi smiled. Congratulations, father. Feng Jin drank the wine and reeked of alcohol. He didn't dare to enter the room and suffocate Wuxia, or he could only wait outside, suppressing the joy in his heart. When he spoke, his hands and feet were trembling. It was clear how excited he was. He used both hands to rub his cold face to calm himself down. He slowly descended from the clouds of joy to the earth. After half a jar of wine, Feng Jin's face was stained with a drunken flush. When I first confirmed that your mother was pregnant, I was ecstatic and relieved at the same time. Feng Jin's way of educating his son was more modern. It was completely different from the traditional way of education. As a result, he was very close to his son and there was nothing he couldn't say. Father's body looks healthy, but I failed terribly when I was young. If I have a younger brother or sister, I'll have to, Feng Yi said. Father, you're in your prime. It's too early to talk about this. Feng Jin smiled. It's not early. You're getting married soon. How can I not accept my old age? The father and son were quiet for a while. Feng Jin suddenly brought up an old story. Do you know about Hanshi powder? Feng Yi nodded. I do. The headmaster of the academy said that this is harmful. Although it can treat cold illnesses, it has a huge side effect. It's not good to use it often. Feng Jin said, this was once popular among the aristocrats. I was addicted to it for a while but was forced by the Lord to quit. The feeling of quitting Hanshi powder was not good. The process was like thousands of worms biting into the bones. Without perseverance, one wouldn't be able to persevere. Father too. Feng Yi asked, how did father survive? Feng Jin smiled and said, this is partly due to the Lord's various methods, but it is also due to your efforts. Sons? Feng Jin said, when I was trying to get rid of the Hanshi powder, I was in so much pain that I wanted to die. There were a few times where I was struggling between illusion and reality. In my days, I even thought that I was using that thing and I was walking on air. Until, it seemed to be the butler's voice beside my ear that De Langjun had passed away. The first Langjun had passed away? Feng Yi was surprised. Wasn't he the first Langjun of the Feng mansion? Feng Jin said. I don't know how much time had passed, but the wonderful taste of the Hanshi powder slowly wore off. When I opened my eyes, I saw that the entire residence was decorated with white mourning clothes. There was a coffin in the mourning hall and you were lying inside. The housekeeper said that first Langjun saw that I was unconscious after taking the Hanshi powder. He mistakenly thought that something had happened and hurriedly went to look for me. However, he accidentally stepped on the green moss and slipped into the pond. After catching a cold, he passed away. That was the most crucial and painful time to abstain from Hanshi powder. Even with Jiang Pingji's help, Feng Jin still couldn't bear it. He was in so much pain that he couldn't differentiate between reality and illusion. He mistook the hallucination of Feng Yi's death as reality. When he successfully abstained from Hanshi powder and his mind was clear, he then realized that his son was still alive and well. Feng Yi said, isn't your son living well in front of you, father? Feng Jin smiled and drank a mouthful of wine. He said, yes, in the blink of an eye, the skinny and weak little boy from back then is going to have a family and a career. Feng Yi said, not only can father see your son settle down and start a career, but you also have to plan for your younger brother or sister's marriage in the future. How hard is it to plan? Look around and see which family's boy or girl is suitable and learn from you to abduct one. Look, Feng Jin didn't have to worry about Feng Yi's marriage. The daughter-in-law he married was the best. This was called capability. He was more capable than his father. Feng Yi smiled and said, what if it's the one who was abducted? Feng Jin said, remember to support your sister. If anyone dares to bully her, just beat them up. Many years later, when he recalled this conversation, he was slapped in the face. Both of his faces were slapped swollen. Whether it was his future daughter-in-law or his daughter-in-law's mother, not to mention Feng Yi, even Feng Jin didn't dare to say no in front of them. What a heartless world it is. Hashtag as the saying goes, people are in high spirits when they encounter happy events. Feng Jin was beaming with joy and was in a good mood the whole day. Has Feng Longzi changed his mind? Su Ku teased. Feng Jin's recent behavior was getting closer to his future in-law, Feng Jin. He was as gentlemanly as he could be. Feng Jin smiled and said, you're going to be a father. You should set a good example for your children. Su Ku said, isn't your wife still pregnant? It was too early to set a good example. Feng Jin said, it's not early anymore. Children can sense the outside world while still in their mother's womb. That's what Rong Li taught them in the past. The results are excellent. Su Ku was speechless. He felt that Feng Yi's current appearance had nothing to do with this biological father. It was all because of her desire to survive. Feng Jin suddenly thought of something and asked Su Ku how old his son and daughter were. Su Ku was a smart person and immediately understood Feng Jin's evil intentions. He smiled and closed any door that could be coveted, not even leaving a dog hole. Feng Jin had a new hobby. When he caught someone he was familiar with, he would ask about their children in a roundabout way. In the end, Feng Jin the good-looking dog had his eyes on the Fu Wang twins. If it was a girl, then he would kidnap the Fu Wang twins. If it was a boy, then he would kidnap the Fu Wang twins. If it was a boy and a girl, then he would kidnap both of them. It would be a good story. The difference of a few years was not a big deal. If Fu Wang knew what he was thinking, he would probably curse. Why was Feng Longzi so fixated on his own family? Just after the first month, a fleet of cars entered the city. Jiang Pingji was flamboyant, but she wasn't one who liked to do big things. She just came back to do something. There was no need for the people to line the streets to welcome her. It would seriously affect traffic and the daily lives of the people. Therefore, when she appeared with Wei Ci and the others, everyone was dumbfounded. For example, Feng Zhen, who left early and got off work, was laughing and talking with Wan Xiuer about what patterns to choose for the baby's clothes. Who are you talking about? Feng Zhen's face turned pale. The person repeated, "My lord has summoned me urgently." My lord? Wasn't he in Nanshim? Feng Zhen hurriedly got up. In his haste, he almost stepped on the hem of his clothes. Quick, go there immediately. Why did he come back at this time? He just left early to slack off. Wan Xiuer looked at Feng Zhen, who ran away like a puff of smoke. She sighed in her heart. The maid who was knitting with Wan Xiuer said, "Why did master leave in such a hurry?" Wan Xiuer glared at her. Chapter 1762. Jiang? Ji's surprise inspection came too suddenly and caught everyone off guard. Almost everyone asked 3 questions from the bottom of their hearts. Where am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Without a doubt, people like Feng Zhen, who came late and left early, complained incessantly. They wished they could step on Tuneza's firestorm wheels, stick a pair of Lei Jinzi's wings on their backs, and flip a godly sage's somersault cloud. Ji took the lead in front of him and destroyed the evidence of him coming late and leaving early. Unfortunately, they didn't have the ability to do so. His lord was a doer, so it was a tragedy. When Feng Zhen arrived and met his lord's half-smiling eyes, Feng Longzi had a strange feeling that he had nowhere to hide. He forced himself to smile awkwardly but politely, and shamelessly gave Jiang Qingho a smile. Ji bowed and sat down stiffly. Feng Zhen looked calm on the surface, but he was panicking inside. He kept praying that his lord didn't notice him. Just as he was sweating anxiously, Suku's question temporarily solved the problem, making him feel like he had escaped from death. Why didn't anyone tell us in advance that our lord is coming back? Butler Suku showed a disapproving expression. His lord was so old but still so capricious. Although the situation in Dongqing was much more peaceful than other places, it wasn't safe everywhere. There were always some unruly people in some places who were uncivilized and harmed the people. If these bandits bumped into their lord and disturbed her, it would be their fault as her subjects. Not only that, the road conditions were tough. No one knew which would come first, an accident or tomorrow. If his lord had an accident because of her lack of care, Su Ku and the others couldn't absolve themselves of the blame. Jiang? Ji said, "Just one trip back and the people already lined the streets to welcome us. Although it was grand, it was too disturbing. If it wasn't adjusted well, they would be crowded and worried about accidents. After thinking about it, I brought people back to the city quietly. That's why I didn't inform you in advance." Even in her era, once there was a large outdoor event, there was a chance of accidents such as being trampled, not to mention the people of this era. Jiang? Ji Yunshu was not someone who would torture ordinary people for the sake of vanity. It was not easy for ordinary people to regain their passion for life after experiencing the chaos of war. Ji did not want to cause a commotion just for the sake of extravagance and disturb the normal lives of the people. Her reasoning was reasonable, and Su Ku and the others couldn't say anything bad about it. After all, their lord's starting point was for the good of the people. Not only could he not brag, but he also had to shut his eyes and brag as hard as he could. Since ancient times, how many people had been as considerate and meticulous as his lord, who loved the people as her own children? If it was someone else's house, they would want to hear the sound of gongs and drums and the sound of firecrackers. It would be best if everyone in the world came to worship them. Ginger? Ji used her ability to gain another wave of fans, and the filter of her fans increased by 10%. I came back this time to take care of some matters. Ginger? When Ji Yi said this, Feng Zhen, who was below, froze in fear. His back straightened. Suku asked, "What is it that the Lord has to personally come back?" Nowadays there were no four-wheeled sports cars, planes, yachts, or other forms of transportation. It would take more than a month to travel from Nanxing to Dongqing. Based on his Lord's journey, she spent most of the New Year's Eve on the road. If it wasn't something important, why would she suffer like this? Ginger? Ji Yi said, "It's mainly about the graduation assessment for the first-year students of the Golden Scale Academy. These people have been nurtured by the Academy for many years and have been taught with great effort. Not only do the great scholars of the Academy have high hopes for them, but so do I." Suku couldn't help but be moved. How could those students bear the burden of his Lord's heavy efforts? For them, she had specially rushed back from the front line, where the war situation had just stabilized, and suffered for more than a month on the road. If any of these students failed the assessment, they should really die as an apology and waste so many years of education. Ginger? Ji Ye's words moved everyone, but a few insiders and the 5 million salted fish in the live stream wanted to roll their eyes. Didn't she know what she was thinking in her heart? She did come back for the graduation assessment, but her main purpose was to use this opportunity to establish the imperial examination system and give the aristocrats a general. Although they lampooned, other than Wei Si and salted fish, no one knew how powerful the imperial examinations were. It was like a heavy punch, completely breaking the monopoly of the aristocrats and the bloodline inheritance that everyone was used to. It was groundbreaking. Because of the imperial examinations, the lofty aspirations of becoming a farmer in the morning and going to the emperor's hall in the evening could be realized. He had misjudged the hidden meaning behind this graduation assessment and was destined to be defeated by Jiang Xiang. Ji Yi was caught unprepared. After all, it's the first time. There can't be any mistakes in all aspects. Have you prepared any rules? Remote communication was not as convenient as face-to-face communication. Ji Ye's instructions to them were very concise, and many parts were not explained in detail. Now that they were back, they could communicate however they wanted. Suku and the rest had prepared everything before the new year, and now they could use it to complete their task. Ginger? Ji Yi flipped through it casually and said, "There's nothing wrong with this set of rules, you can use it directly." The person in charge secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "But, Ginger?" Ji Yi added, and everyone's hearts that had just calmed down suddenly jumped up. She said, "There's no harm in using more formality to make the students acknowledge the Golden Scale Academy more, and to make the students who will be taking the graduation assessment more seriously." Everyone did not understand. Ginger? Ji Yi said, "Rank the graduation assessment results, and the top 50 students will be rewarded." Reward? The chief butler who was in charge of finance frowned and asked, "How will they be rewarded?" Be it the public treasury or the Lord's private treasury, they were not rich at the moment, and it was impossible to reward them generously. Moreover, the academy had more than this batch of students, they couldn't possibly reward them generously every year, right? There were 200 to 300 students in the main academy, but there were still more than 20 branches. How should they deal with this? Suku hoped that his lord would be more clear-headed and stop squandering. She could not afford it anymore. Ginger? Ji Yi said in a low voice, "After enrolling, every student will receive a student token as proof of entering and leaving the Golden Scale Academy. The student's basic information will be recorded on it. Let's do it this way, the top students who graduate this time will receive a custom-made graduation token. The first 3 will be forged with silver, the 4th to the 50th will be forged with bronze, and the 50th and above will be forged with wood." The so-called graduation token was the graduation certificate, the proof that the students had completed their studies in the Golden Scale Academy. Although this thing was useless and worthless, it was an honor. In this era where honor and spirit were important, a small token could increase the sense of belonging a lot. After Suku heard this, he calculated the cost and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The cost was not high, the most expensive was 3 silver tokens, and the size of the token could be discussed. However, Suku was probably happy too early. Ginger? Ji Yi took the opportunity to mention the concept of graduation uniforms. Well, to be honest, the cost of this uniform was much more expensive than any brand. Chapter 1763. Although he said so as a good subordinate of his master, Suku naturally had to do it for her. He casually agreed, but his heart was bleeding with heartache. After finishing this matter, Jiang Yushu said, Ji Yunshu then asked about the situation in Dongqing over the past 2 years. Even though Su Ku and the others would send him news every month, it was still not as detailed as knowing it himself. She was able to fight at the front line with peace of mind, largely thanks to this group of meritorious soldiers stationed in the rear. Ji couldn't do anything at the front line. In terms of opportunities to make contributions, the front lines naturally had the most opportunities. Otherwise, why would those generals want to go to war? However, Su Ku, Feng Jin, and the others were able to calm down and defend the rear so that she did not have to worry about anything. It was really commendable. Ginger? As a mature master, Ji would naturally not neglect this group of people. Raising officials was like raising a house cat. From time to time, one had to pacify them. Even if they were not given much to eat, they would still diligently contribute. Not getting a response for one's efforts was the most disappointing. In the words of a certain salted fish who had resigned due to being wronged in the workplace, he could grit his teeth and bear with the grievances of his body, but not his heart. Ginger? Ji kept on praising her. Su Ku and the others didn't show it on the surface, but they were extremely pleased. Feng Jin said in a reserved manner, "It's my duty to take care of the rear for my lord. I don't deserve such praise. Modesty is a virtue, also known as showing off." Ginger? When Ji returned, it was rather late. The sky darkened rather early in this season. Seeing that it was getting dark outside, she suggested for everyone to return first. If there was anything else, they could discuss it the next day. More than 20 people bowed and were about to leave. Ji suddenly called out to a certain someone. "Zisher, stay here." Feng Zhen's back stiffened and he thought to himself, "The heavens want me dead." Feng Jin, who had heard the commotion, glanced at Feng Zhen, then looked at Wei Ci. His expression did not show, but there was some doubt in his eyes. How rare. In the past it was always Zishao who stayed behind. But now it's Zisher. Su Ku was a serious person, but when he said that, it was obvious that he was snickering, which sounded indecent. Feng Jin said, "Who asked Feng Zhen to fish in troubled waters? Is it reasonable to be late and leave early?" He was lucky not to be discovered, but he deserved to be caught by the Lord. Feng Jin really didn't want to admit that this guy was his future in-law. Fortunately, his future son-in-law didn't have Feng Zhen's bad habits. Su Ku stifled a laugh and said, "My luck is terrible." Feng Jin said, "I personally think that this fellow has been blinded by happiness recently. Let Lord teach him a lesson so that he can sober up. What's wrong with being a father at this age? It's not like he's in his 70s or 80s. Why would he be happy to have a son? Look at how he's floating in the sky." Su Ku said gloatingly, "I'm just afraid that my lord's methods have scared him and he's in trouble. Who's going to do all those things then?" Sure enough, the friendship between colleagues was all fake. It was all plastic friendship. Feng Zhen, who had been asked to stay, understood for the first time what it meant to be isolated and helpless. Ginger? Ji Yunshu was just trying to scare him. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, she finally spoke. Of course, he wasn't going to ask Feng Zhen why he had left so early. No matter how reckless Feng Longzi was, he still needed his dignity. Ji Yunshu would not embarrass his own people over such a small matter. "I heard that your wife is pregnant?" Feng Zhen was stunned. He didn't know how his lord knew. She had only been in the city for a short while, but she actually knew about such a small matter. It could be seen that she was very attentive. Thus, Feng Zhen's nervousness disappeared and was replaced by warmth. "Yes, but the doctor said it's still early, and there were signs of miscarriage before, so we have to be more careful in the first few months." Ginger? Ji congratulated Feng Zhen. With the exception of a few, most of the officials were the sons and daughters of the first wife. Even Su Ku, who had been separated from his wife for many years, was working hard to catch up. Now he had a son and 2 daughters. Only Feng Zhen was pitifully small, with only one son, Feng Yi. Although this son was quite good at fighting and the other children were no match for him, he was still at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, and his ability to resist risks was also weak. If anything happened to Feng Yi, Feng Zhen would become a middle-aged man who had lost his only child. "Do you have a name?" Feng Zhen's nerves were taut. When he thought of his family's indescribable ability to come up with names, his heart trembled. I still don't know if it's a boy or a girl. How should it be named?" "Ginger?" Ji assertively said, "The boy will be named Feng Yu. You can name the girl whatever you want." Feng Zhen looked at Jiang. Ji looked as if she had seen a ghost. The child in his wife's womb was his. Why did his lord's attitude make it seem like it was hers? What kind of position did that place him, her biological father, in? Feng Zhen wanted to resist in his heart, but his body was unusually honest. "You? This is a pretty good name. This subject thanks Lord on behalf of Lin for bestowing this name upon him. Feng Zhen, QAQ. Ing. If he didn't let his father experience the joy of naming, he would have the illusion that his son was born for nothing. However, speaking of which, why does this Feng Yu sound so familiar? Feng Zhen also had a superb memory. After he returned home, he tossed and turned restlessly. Finally, in the middle of the night, he woke up in shock. Don't let your Feng Yu harm my Yen. Back then, Li Kuan Yu at the wedding banquet with Shangguan Wan, Wei Xi's drunken words could be heard clearly. Scared the hell out of me. Feng Zhen's movements were so loud that it startled Wan Xiu. What do you mean by scaring someone to death? Did you have a nightmare? Her voice was filled with fatigue. Feng Zhen said, Madam, go to sleep first. Your husband just suddenly remembered that Wei Zixiao is a quack. Wan Xiu's eyes were filled with hidden bitterness. His beautiful wife was sleeping next to him, but this guy was dreaming of his colleague Wei Ci in the middle of the night? Thinking of Wei Ci's face, Wan Xiu sighed. All right, to Feng Zhen, Wei Ci's face was indeed quite lethal. Sleep. Feng Zhen murmured, that can't be. Did he know something back then? After a while, Feng Longzi's attention was focused on one point. Who is Yen? Wan Xiu opened her eyes and looked at her husband quietly. I also want to know who Yen is. Can't a pregnant woman sleep in the middle of the night? Feng Zhen wanted to say something but stopped himself. Sullenly, he lay down and covered her with the blanket. He reached out and tucked her in so that the cold air wouldn't flow in. Epsilon equals omega asterisk epsilon, psi. What if it really was a son? Feng Zhen thought about it and reached out to rub Wan Xiu's belly. He murmured, Feng Yu is Feng Yu. It's not bad if it's a son. Carrot, if that quack Wei Ci's words were accurate, this child of his could marry the Empress concubine in the future. If that was really the case, he would be rich. Little did he know that Ji was thinking the same thing. Even Feng Yu from Zishu's family is here. Zixiao has to work hard to catch up. His lord's body temperature was so hot that it seemed like it could scald a person. In the darkness, Wei Ci panted lightly. He felt rather helpless. Before saying this, could you not take out that little thing? Chapter 1764. As for having children, Ji really did not have any obsession. Shouldn't she pay a sum of money to the child-rearing organization and go to the incubator to collect it after some time? The old general laughed coldly and snuffed out Jiang. Wake up, you're in the backward ancient times, not the Federation. Speaking of which, why don't you mail me an artificial incubator? It's so tiring to carry a few kilograms of child in my stomach. It's pressing on my internal organs and nerves. Just thinking about it is tiring. I want to feel my conscience and praise the Federation's decision. Banning maternal pregnancy is an epoch-making law. After squeezing Wei Ci dry yesterday, she was as lazy as a salted fish today, perfectly acting out the Guyu lie that salted fish talked about. Oh, coupled with her half-closed dead fish eyes, she instantly replaced the Guyu lie as the new generation of emoticons. Yuaba, then how are you going to explain to outsiders about the child? His stomach hasn't even grown and he's carrying a big fat baby every 3 to 5 months. How are you going to convince everyone that this is their young master? In the eyes of outsiders, this is Jiang? Ji adopted a child from who knows where. There's no guarantee of quality. Who knows if he's a good master? Jiang? Ji heard this and thought she had a chance. She quickly sat up like a carp, sweeping away her previous dispiritedness and laziness. Can you mail it now? If it could be mailed, it would be perfect. Everyone could create as many young masters as they wanted. They could form a football team every year. Yuaba, no, give up. There's no such thing. Jiang? When Ji heard this, he rolled his eyes and continued to lie on the ground. He was like a punctured balloon, instantly deflating. Old General, maternal pregnancy is against the law. How can I break the law knowingly? Jiang? Ji couldn't do anything about it. But as a high-ranking official in the Federation military, she couldn't do that. Yuaba, nonsense. You can just say that you want to see others scratching their ears and cheeks. Why do you have to make such a big deal out of it? Every time people talked about young masters, Jiang? Ji would look like she was watching a good show. Wasn't she afraid that things would turn out badly? Follow Jiang? As Ji grew older, the problem of having children would become more and more serious. People's hearts would waver and something might happen. Old General, kindly remind Jiang? Ji said that, but this damn child refused to listen. She laughed and joked. Am I such a childish person? Of course, she wouldn't do something pointless for the sake of such a vile interest. If he repeatedly made his own people worry, he would become bitterly disappointed as time went by. She had been dragging on and refusing to have children. Firstly, she wanted this life to be as close as possible to the previous life in Wei Xi's memory. She wanted Feng Yu to be Feng Yu and Jiang Yan to be Jiang Yan, even though she knew that this was impossible. Even if the parents were the same and the embryos were conceived at the same time, it was impossible for them to be exactly the same, let alone at different times. He was afraid that apart from the name, everything else would be different. As a human of the Federation, deep down, Ji Yunshu did not have any feelings or obsession towards the bloodline of his children. If children were a form of comfort to Wei Xi, it did not matter whether he gave birth sooner or later. Apart from this, she had an even more important reason. Ginger? The body that Ji was currently using, Lu Shi, was born into a landowning household. Even though she had no connection with the Lu family and had left the sect in her early years, she was still a member of the Lu family. Ginger? Ji Yunshu wanted to see when they could no longer sit still. If they could no longer sit still, she could take the opportunity to end things with the Lu family and restore her original name. Although a name was just a code and it was common to change one's surname, it was still quite annoying to be called Lu Shi all day long. The traces left behind in the future also belonged to Lu Shi. All the rise and fall of glory and disgrace had nothing to do with Ginger. Ji had nothing to do with it. This was intolerable. Your Abba. TSK, I remember someone once said that official titles were worthless. Jiang? Ji laughed and said, nonsense. Isn't leaving a name in history to show off to the future generations? Otherwise, what's the point of living? Your Abba? Ha! A capricious woman? Jiang? Ji said, children are indeed troublesome. I don't even have the experience of raising a child, let alone giving birth. Your Abba. It's fine as long as your little man knows how to raise children. I don't think anyone expects you to teach children well. Jiang? Ji Yunshu was not a teacher. No matter how good a seedling was, it would be a waste in her hands. She might even mislead the children. I said that he's an adult. What little man, and little man? Listening to it, she had the illusion that she was raising a wolf puppy. Your Abba? Ha! Do you need me to go through the definitions of adulthood and underage in the federal law? Jiang? Ji was speechless. She could not continue the topic. She wanted to continue lying in bed, but the chores outside would not give her the chance. I thought that a winner in life should be able to earn mountains of gold and silver without doing anything. Jiang? Ji Yunshu was not afraid of the cold, but she did not like the feeling of being surrounded by cold air. Even if there was carbon in the room, it was easy to be poisoned by carbon monoxide because of poor ventilation. It was much colder inside than under the covers. She muttered and complained, I'm already the most powerful feudal lord in the world, and I'm only one step away from becoming the emperor. Why do I have to worry about selling noodles to earn money from selling cabbage? I wake up earlier than chickens, sleep later than dogs, eat worse than pigs, and work more than donkeys. If one were to talk about envy, Jiang? Ji Yunshu was most envious of those muddle-headed rulers who used all the resources in the world to support one person. There were 3,000 beauties in the harem, and it would take 10 years to sleep with one of them in a day. Of course, this was purely the imagination of poor scholars. Just like the joke that the salted fish told her a while ago, the peasants guessed that the emperor used a golden hoe to work in the fields, and the empress used a golden mallet to wash clothes. It was impossible to have 3,000 beauties, but it was possible to have dozens of them. Jiang? Ji Yunshu only had Wei Ci, and the jealousy of a young man was great. As for her, carrying a golden hoe to work every day was not as good as working in the fields. The salted fish were not happy. Tudu Feiqiu. Streamer, before you say this, feel your conscience first and then look at Zixiao and the rest, okay? If it was Jiang? Ji Yunshu could still earn some cabbage money, but Wei Ci and the rest would be spending their youth and energy instead. Jiang? Ji Yunshu was too lazy to look at them. This was clearly her live stream, but the fans were all other people and from time to time they would diss her for their idols. Forgive her for being blunt, but the idols that these salted fish used to be fans of were now middle-aged uncles in their 30s. Lanting Xiangxue, that's the charm of a mature man. She didn't know if that group of people had good control over their bodies or if they ate too little meat, but almost none of them had put on weight in their middle ages. They didn't have beer bellies, baldness, or greasy skin. They were still elegant, cultured, and tasteful. It had to be Jiang. When Ji Yunshu saw Huang Song, she took back her words. She had been busy the entire afternoon and Jiang? Ji Yunshu couldn't be bothered to get the kitchen to cook, so she found a restaurant to eat something, and ended up meeting an old friend. She glanced at Huang Song's stomach, then at his face and chin, feeling very sad. Did you cultivate the 9 return to 1 grand technique? Huang Song was very puzzled. What 9 return to 1 grand technique? Jiang? Ji Yunshu stared at his stomach. The muscles in your body have fused together. Huang Song, Feng Ju, who had just come out of the private room, happened to hear this flirtatious remark. Chapter 1765. The plump Huang Song wasn't actually that fat. It was just that the management of his body had slackened, causing him to have a double chin, a bigger face and a small belly. This image diluted the sharpness of the youth and added a bit of benevolence. Ji was unable to describe her current feelings. Many years ago Huang Song, this fellow, had also been riding horses and snuggling up to women. What a bright young man he was. Now that the edges and sharpness of his body had been polished off, although he had become benevolent, to those who were familiar with his former appearance, it still made them feel a little sad. Ginger? Ji Yunshu would not grieve over the changing seasons. Her emotions only lingered for a second or two before disappearing completely. Huang Song added, "This is the trend pursued by scholars nowadays. You're as thin as a bean. What do you know?" Ginger? Ji Yunshu was surprised. Had Huang Song rebuked her? Although those famous people have nothing to do all day and seem to be a pain in the ass, there's nothing wrong with their eyes. Why would they chase after plump bodies? Ginger? Ji was shocked. She had only been away from Wanzhou to fight in the war for a few years. That group of young, middle-aged and old people who spent their days eating, drinking, and having fun and gathering people to mourn the passing of spring had actually changed their taste in beauty. Compared to before, Huang Song's attractiveness had dropped by more than 20%, and this was still considered a trend? That's right. The modern trend was the fashion circle, while the current trend was the celebrity circle. Whatever the celebrities, socialites, in the celebrity circle chased after, the direction of the trend would shift. That year when Hanshi powder was popular, it was a trend in the circle of celebrities to avoid bathing to catch lice. They preferred fair skin, long legs and beautiful features. Let's not talk about the future. When Ji went to war in the past, she remembered that it was popular among the celebrities to have thin waists and big breasts, regardless of gender. Plump is popular now? Judging from Huang Song's reaction, it seemed that his style was quite popular. It should be a model in the celebrity circle. However, this was not the main point. The main point was, who are you calling beans? Huang Song snorted. He didn't need to say anything. At this moment, Jiang Yu, who usually did not like to talk to him, was stunned. Ji's Feng Ju came out to be the peacemaker at this moment, dispelling the smoke with just a few words. Ginger? Ji Yunshu rolled her eyes and agreed to Feng Ju's suggestion to let her in for a free meal. Anyway, she would not be the one paying the bill. Huang Song would become poor because of her. After the 3 of them took their seats, Feng Ju smiled and said, "Speaking of which, this trend is thanks to the Duke of Lanting." Ginger? Ji said, "What does that have to do with me?" She was 1.75 meters tall, well-proportioned and tall. She had never known fat in her previous lives. How could they slander her like this? Feng Ju said, "Does the Duke of Lanting remember the public toilets that you ordered to be built?" Ginger? Ji Yunshu frowned. Although many public toilets had been built and many cities were gradually improving, they were still public toilets. Even if there were specialized people to manage and clean them, the smell was still terrible. All in all, the mention of public toilets brought up a bad image. What's the connection? Feng Ju said, "The Duke of Lanting built the public toilets for many purposes. The waste from the public toilets was used to fertilize the fields, indirectly increasing the output of the fields. The few livestock farms built outside the city were also on the right track. Even the common people could eat 2 or 3 meals of meat every month, not to mention the families who were better off. With good food and a comfortable life, his body naturally became heavier. This has something to do with the fact that famous men don't like being thin but like being plump." Back then, Feng Ju had recommended his classmate, Dou Shi, through his father, who was also the big boss of the farming family. With his knowledge and Jiang Ji's advanced farming management philosophy, he vigorously reclaimed the wasteland and improved the fertility of the farmland. In addition, the heavens had given him face in the past few years, and the fields had a bumper harvest every year. The food harvested was not only enough to supply the frontline soldiers in battle, but there was still a lot of surplus in the homes of the common people. With better living conditions and better food and living conditions, wouldn't their bodies become fat? For the common people, being fat was not ugly. Instead, it was a symbol of wealth. It proved that there was plenty of surplus food in the house and that the living conditions were good. Those celebrities who chased after a thin and morbidly thin body obviously had nothing better to do and were tormenting themselves. Due to the influence of Wanzhou's culture, these idling famous men also changed their usual preferences, and there was a wave of plump people. Jiang? Ji smiled and said, "In that case this is indeed due to me. I'll accept it." However, Huang Song's meal was tasteless and tasteless. In the end he asked Jiang Ji, "Do I really not look good like this?" Jiang? Ji said, "It's easy to get rich when you're fat and it costs a lot of fabric." Huang Song was speechless. A few arrows pierced through him in succession. "Jiang?" Ji added, "I remember Huai. He's also a famous man. Don't you see that he's no different from before? Don't just follow the trend of famous men. Famous men's mouths are used to run trains." Huang Song was speechless. He turned to look at his little friend. He was still as handsome as ever. Huang Song looked down at the small puddle on the back of his hand and felt even more stifled. Feng Ju secretly glanced at Jiang. Ji didn't say anything. This meal was paid for by Feng Ju. This Feng Sanlang was rich, but he wasn't poor. Ji ate 7 or 8 times more than what he and Huang Song paid for the meal, but he didn't even frown. "Jiang?" Ji felt at ease. On the way back he pondered about what was wrong. Feng Sanlang is expressing his goodwill to me, but he doesn't look like he has any plans to become an official. If he was sincerely convinced by Jiang? With Feng Ju's pride he wouldn't want to go to Jiang? Ji had a good impression of him in front of Ji so that he could make a good start. He would most likely follow Feng Jin's path and start from the bottom, instead of landing out of nowhere. Therefore, Feng Ju's display of goodwill was a little strange. "Jiang?" Ji turned around to test Feng Jin. She asked if his bratty brother was agitated or if he was being pressured by his family. Feng Jin was silent for a long time after hearing this. He said with a strange expression, "Perhaps." "What? He just wants to be friends with you, my lord." "Jiang?" Ji was speechless. Was he playing a friend? Feng Jin said awkwardly, "Why? This child has always liked to think that he's smart and a little naive. My lord, please don't be calculative with him." No matter what, he would first belittle his brother, lest his lord got angry and find someone to settle scores with. "Jiang?" Ji smiled and said, "This friend is interesting. He's worth befriending." It was not impossible to be purely friends without mixing interests and politics. That night Jiang? Ji asked Wei Ci about Feng Ju. She only knew that Feng Ju was her first aid in Wei Ci's life. But in this life this guy followed Huang Song. Ji did not expect to poach him, so she did not ask about many things in detail. Now that she was interested she wanted to know more about Feng Ju. Wei Ci let out a sigh and briefly explained what had happened. "Jiang?" Ji pinched her chin and said, "Why does it sound like my life was a tragedy?" Wei Ci said, "After all, Feng Ju was born in the Feng family. No matter how rebellious he was, the family was his natural responsibility. In order to protect the family, Feng Ju might not feel good about going against his former best friend, who was now the emperor. What about you?" Wei Ci smiled very sadly. "Isn't my clan leader the Lord?" Chapter 1766. Ji looked at the middle-aged Huang Song, then turned to look at Zixiao. "Jiang?" Ji realized that someone was still too thin. Hence, she had a new hobby recently. She would feed Wei Ci when she had nothing to do. In the words of the salted fish in the live-streaming room, it was a large-scale scene of dog abuse. Yet, they watched happily and wished they could die of sweetness. For example, the following scene, "Is it sweet?" "Jiang?" Ji stuffed a lemon-flavored lollipop into Wei Ci's mouth when he wasn't paying attention. Wei Ci had recently gotten used to the strange sweet food that his lord had gotten from somewhere. It looked strange but tasted very good. He was stunned for a while and was about to taste it carefully. He didn't expect someone to take the lollipop away and lean forward to kiss it. She smacked her lips and said, "It does taste quite sweet." Wei Ci was speechless. His lord's various flirting methods were really unbearable. Wei Ci was not used to it at first, but he calmed down after a few times. "Jiang?" Ji returned the lollipop to him and said with a smile, "It's a new flavor. I heard it's a limited edition Christmas." Although Wei Ci was in his early 30s, he actually liked sweet food. However, the sugar-making technology in this era was very backward. Artificial sugar was mostly made from starch. The sweetness was not strong and impure. The finished product was not easy to preserve and the production was very low. Even landowning households couldn't eat sweets as they pleased. For example, stone honey, a solid product made from sugar cane, was still a precious tribute during the Great Xia dynasty. Not many people had the right to enjoy it. Now the technology had improved a little, but the supply was still limited. Those who were not rich were not qualified to enjoy it. Jiang? The snacks that Ji took out were bought by the old chief. They were beautifully packaged and had a wide variety. Wei Xi was not used to this kind of thing at first, but he deeply liked it after eating a few more pieces. Jiang? Ji was also happy to feed him. Sounds very precious. Wei Xi did not ask where these things came from and deliberately ignored this point. His lord was special. There was no need to make a fuss if she had some inhuman means. Jiang? Ji said, it said that Christmas is a foreign festival. The products produced during the festival are produced and sold in limited quantities. Wei Xi asked a question that came from the bottom of his heart. Sell it better? No, sell it more expensive. Jiang? Ji Yunshu said, it's just a gimmick. It's nothing more than making use of people's mentality of the rarer something is, the greater its value, to inflate the price of the item. It's still the same thing, just that it's being sold under a different name, and the packaging material is different. Wei Xi was a little surprised when he heard that. He did not expect that there was such a business method. The merchant who came up with this method is indeed a genius. This seemed like a strategy used by strategists to plot against the human heart. Ginger? Ji laughed. Aren't businessmen supposed to earn the most money with the least cost? If you're not talented, how can you earn money? Wei Xi said, but if that's the case, isn't it too unfair to the people who sold the goods? It is not advisable to disrupt the market price. Merchants made too much money. They could earn several years' worth of ordinary people's money just by reselling their goods. Wouldn't the people be jealous? At that time, every household would follow suit. Who would be willing to farm in peace? Without food production, the entire society would be in chaos, and there would be endless troubles. Wei Xi knew that promoting commerce was beneficial to economic development, but he also had to restrain the merchants to prevent them from harming the country. If it's a healthy competition, it's fine. Ji said, I have the intention to support the merchants, but I won't let them bite me when they grow too big. From the beginning, I have to set up complicated rules so that they are always under my control. The people's agricultural taxes should not be too high or too heavy, but tax is the foundation of a country. If the taxes related to agriculture are too little, it will naturally have to be made up from other places. Wei Xi laughed. My lord is indeed not willing to suffer losses. Jiang? Ji said, of course I'm not willing to suffer losses no matter what. She saw that Wei Xi loved sweets so much, and an idea popped up in her mind. She could not always let the old chief buy on her behalf. Who knew what messy place he would go next time and what would happen if there was no sugar? She might as well develop it herself and improve the current sugar production process. When Wei Xi heard that his lord wanted to expand the scale of sugar cane cultivation, he suddenly had a déjà vu. My lord is only doing this because of Xi. This is not appropriate. Jiang? Ji laughed. Sugar should be a snack suitable for all ages. Not only do you like it, children like it even more. I like it too. The production of this thing is small, and not many people are qualified to enjoy it. If it can be produced on a large scale, the sales will definitely not be bad. Wei Xi said, but this thing is not a necessity. How can we waste precious arable land for it? Jiang? Ji said, look at Wanzhou. Because the people's lives are rich, the circle of celebrities now has a trend of plentiful beauty. From this, the better the people's lives are, the more they need to enjoy life, not to eat and wear warm clothes. I'm doing this because I want to put it in the private treasury. After a few wars, the private treasury is so poor that even mice can't take a fancy to it. How are we going to raise children in the future? Even if the country had not yet been founded, everyone knew that Jiang Ji would definitely become the Empress. Once she became the Empress, she would be part of the royal family. In the past, the Emperor's expenses were linked to the national treasury. Since Ji's debut, her private and public treasury had been independent. It would be the same in the future when the country was founded. The royal family would spend money on smuggling, and the national treasury would not be touched to prevent the emperor from being extravagant and causing chaos in the country. In this way, whether the royal family lived well would depend on whether the private treasury was plentiful. Jiang? Ji naturally had to think of a way to get a stable income for the private treasury. She felt that promoting snacks was not bad. She could benefit the people's taste buds and earn some money. Jiang? Ji analyzed for Wei Xi, you can't just look at the surface. You have to look deeper. The birth of a new industry will also create a large number of jobs, so that the idle people can settle down. With something to look forward to, they naturally won't think of creating trouble. Don't look at it as a small piece of candy. It can feed thousands of people. Zixiao, don't you think I'm right? I'm really not using my official position for personal gain. At most, she could get inspiration from him. While benefiting the people, she could also satisfy the little man's desire for good food. Wuxia was speechless. He clearly knew that his lord had made up this excuse, but this person had the ability to make her words sound convincing. The so-called sugar in this era was mostly maltose, commonly known as maltose or marinated sugar. The other was maltose. Sugar was made from sugar cane, but it was very rare because sugar cane was precious and the production was low. Only the nobles had the right to enjoy it. Jiang Ji had made this decision on a whim, but the people under her could only bitterly carry it out. There was no choice. They couldn't win against their lord. His lord wrote down in detail how to grow sugar cane, how much sugar cane could be produced from 1 mu of land, how to extract the syrup to make sugar, and the production process of various flavors of sugar. At the end there was a large analysis. She calculated how many jobs this industry could create, how many people could have jobs, and the final profit. It was reasonable and well-founded. Chapter 1767. By the way, sugarcane cultivation requires climate. Send someone to Nanxing to find a suitable place. That place has experienced war. There are poor refugees and idle wastelands everywhere. It's more convenient to recruit people and circle the sugarcane cultivation area. Who's going to do this? Jiang Ji glanced around and randomly picked a few newcomers with better reputations and honest personalities. She sent them on a business trip. The newcomers were stunned by this pie that fell from the sky. They were so happy that they didn't know what to do. Did they think that this was Jiang? Ji Yunshu valued the performance of their abilities. Ji felt that this matter was not difficult. Sending capable people out was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. It was a waste of human resources. Yes, this was a beautiful misunderstanding. It also made the newcomers more motivated. Feng Ju smiled and teased, "Second brother, how do you feel after meeting such a master?" You heard that, Jiang? Ji had gathered everyone to announce the matter of planting sugarcane. From the proposal to the implementation, it only took a day. Such high efficiency was not only reflected in Jiang Ji's power and influence among the officials. At the same time, it also showed her ability. She used absolute facts to convince everyone and imperceptibly gave everyone the impression that she was right and there was no need to refute. She was not an incompetent master who made the officials clean up the mess on a whim. They just had to believe in her. With such a wise master, ordinary mediocre people naturally yearned for it. However, for those who were full of talent, it was a little depressing because this master had done what they should do. She had blocked their path and almost made them have nowhere to go. Sugarcane was originally a luxury item. If it was planted on a large scale, the profits could be imagined. According to the normal process, it would take at least half a month of discussion before a decision was made. In the end, it only took a day. The detailed procedures were not given by the officials but by the master. Feng Jin said, very tiring. High efficiency did not mean less work. How many days did Feng Jin take off in a year? Every day when he opened his eyes, his mind was filled with all kinds of work. He was busy with this and that like a spinning top. Feng Ju said, "It's indeed tiring." Feng Jin could not help but roll his eyes at his brother. His gaze was saying, "You're a famous scholar who eats and drinks all day. How would you know how tiring it is? Now that you know you're tired, why don't you share your brother's burden?" Feng Ju said, "How?" He had made it very clear last time that his elder brother would not persuade him to become an official, so how could he share his elder brother's burden? Feng Jin said, "You don't have to worry too much about Changxing. Take care of my niece and nephew." Little brat. Huang Song's daughter was being raised as a precious pearl, but his own nephew and niece did not care about it. Was he siding with an outsider? Go take care of the baby? When Feng Ju heard that, his face darkened. His own children, Huang Song's youngest daughter and his second brother Feng Jin's 2 sons. Was he being treated as a kindergarten teacher? He couldn't do that. If he did, he'd be done for. Because there were no effective contraceptive measures, pregnancy could only be given birth. Feng Jin and Wei Jingxian were young and healthy. In recent years, other than Changxing and the eldest son, they had another son. Who knew if there would be 2 more in another 2 years? Heir Xiong and Heir Sa were still young. There were many couples in their 30s who had children. You're not willing? Feng Jin raised his eyebrows. Feng Ju forced a smile and resisted the urge to vomit blood. How can that be? My two nephews are as smart as second brother when he was young. I like them very much. Don't give birth, he couldn't handle it. As a talented person with a high IQ, Feng Ju didn't want to take care of babies for the rest of his life. Little did he know that his good sister-in-law Wei Jingxian thought the same. She married Feng Jin and gave birth to 3 children. The burden of childbirth was too great and it took up too much energy. Now she was a little worried. Because of this, she even had the idea of letting Feng Jin take a concubine. Landowning women let their cheap concubines share the burden of childbirth, and there were many who treated them as byt. The Feng family was born in a prestigious family, and their ancestors were prominent. It was not out of line for Feng Jin to take a concubine. However, this idea only flashed through her mind once before it was extinguished by her. Wei Jingxian was not an ordinary landowning woman. She had worked in the government office for so many years. At the same time that her ability was trained, she had also climbed to a high position. Her thinking was completely different from when she was still married. Her husband was not heaven. He belonged to her alone. Whoever touched him would die. However, pregnancy was really a burden. Wei Jingxian could only privately send people to find effective contraceptive methods. Feng Jin also knew about this, but he turned a blind eye to it. 2 sons and a daughter, all 3 of them were born by the legal wife. This was not a small family. Having more children would also be a burden. The Feng family did not pay attention to having more children, and they had always valued quality over quantity. After all, the resources given to each child by the family were limited. Having one more child meant that the other children would be given more. In the end, all the children would not be able to achieve anything. Why bother? Obviously, not everyone had the same awareness as Feng Jin. More people still wished to have more children and more blessings. However, they did not consider the burden and pressure that having more children and blessings would bring to the women. Jiang? When Ji passed by, she heard the gossip of the women's department. The original members of the women's department were a group of literate women who were rescued when they conquered Xiangyang district. After so many years, some of them found a home and left, but there were also some who stayed after marriage and became the pillars of the family. There were also new people who filled in here. They belonged to a special department with real power. Jiang? Ji heard them chatting during lunch break. When they privately complained about childbirth, she revealed a thoughtful expression. Old leader, Jiang? Ji stuck out her buttocks. The old leader knew what she was going to do and immediately rejected her. Your Abba? Hey, if you don't want to be taught a lesson, I advise you to keep your thoughts to yourself. The last time I bought a few hundred boxes, I don't know how many he used. Old leader, what are you talking about? I'm a decent person. Ji looked serious. I'm asking you if there are rubber trees over there? She would rather produce it herself than rely on the old leader to buy it for her. Jiang? Ji's history was not very good, but she remembered that the original byt was a latex product. It would definitely not be a problem to research in this direction. Thinking of this, she felt a headache coming on. Once a woman became pregnant, not only would the woman be punished, but the man who impregnated the woman would also be thoroughly investigated. If the two were a couple, both of them would be sent to jail for a period of time, and the fine would be very heavy. If the woman's pregnancy was not voluntary, the time the man would spend in jail would be based on the woman's age. The minimum would be 10 years. The younger the woman was, the longer she would spend in jail. The maximum could be up to 100 years. The man would be sentenced to chemical castration. Even if he was released from jail, he would wear a special ring on his hands and feet that could not be removed for life. Once the distance between him and the woman was less than a certain distance, it would sound a warning and he would be electrocuted. Under such circumstances, the contraceptive surgery in the federal hospital was especially popular. Gradually, there was no market for adult products. Developed to Jiang? In Ji's era, she only knew about byt from textbooks and documents. She knew that byt in the early days of interstellar life was extracted from some kind of interstellar creature. It was easy to use and could be perfectly degraded without polluting the environment. But the earlier as a bad student, she only knew that it was made of latex smiley-faced, Engel, Abba. Jiang Xiaojiu, you've really opened my eyes. Asking her to buy rubber trees just to make byt? Chapter 1768. Is the old general praising me or insulting me? Jiang? Ji's intuition was leaning towards the latter. She couldn't help but feel wronged. Although adult products were private items that were difficult to talk about in this era, the old general was from the same era as her. How could he be so shy as to avoid talking about it? Don't underestimate the adult industry. It was a fertile land that had yet to be developed. There were huge business opportunities. Your ABBA, hee, what do you think? What do you think is worthy of my praise? No matter what rubber is used for, it's more useful than torturing BYT, right? The old general didn't think of Jiang? Ji was so useless. This wasn't using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. It was clearly using the ninth heaven Shen thunder to kill an ant. Your ABBA. Your performance is enough to make you a disgrace among transmigrated women. You can't even compare to a Mary Sue. Commit suicide to atone for your sins. Jiang? Ji often saw the words Mary Sue in the live stream, but she thought that it was the name of a famous person. Now it seemed that she had misunderstood. She had a good habit of getting to the bottom of things. Ji humbly asked for advice. How was she inferior to a Mary Sue? The old general didn't want to bicker with her. Not long after, the system notified her that Ji had a delivery. She immediately opened the honeycomb delivery cabinet and found a few books lying inside. There were male and female covers. They were all comic book characters with all like faces, big eyes, European-style double eyelids, and unibrow. The evil emperor wants to hug. Domineering. Ninth Miss? Jiang? Ji read the names of the books and began reading from the first one. The salted fish in the live stream also knew Jiang? Ji and the old general she mentioned could contact each other and even buy and mail things to each other. However, in recent years the things they bought were mostly snacks. Some of the snacks were familiar to them, while others were completely unknown brands. That big shot was often online, but he was peeping. Many salted fish guessed that the big shot was Jiang? Ji's admirer. There was no lack of salted fish with strange ideas. They even edited a video of the love and hate entanglement between the three of them. There were tens of millions of views and millions of bullet screen comments. Only the heavens knew how salted fish managed to turn the three of them into a love triangle with a strange plot when the old chief didn't even post a few bullet screen comments or show his face. The salted fish thought that they were experienced, but they still underestimated Ji's dirty tricks. They were actually in a place called Harem Drama Streaming Room, accompanying the streamer, chasing the throne, dragon proudly heavens. They were watching a romance novel written by the demonic and arrogant male protagonist vs the arrogant and domineering female protagonist vs the coquettish and flirtatious female protagonist whenever she met the male protagonist, and it was even a physical novel. Tudu Feichio. Host, we've known each other for more than 10 years. Why do we have to hurt each other? Kneeling for Yue Pao. Did you guys notice that these books are not new and unopened? Judging from the traces, someone must have read them. So, here's the question. Was the last person who read these books the old leader that the streamer mentioned? It was said that the old chief and Jiang Zemin had a close relationship. Ji Zeng was a big shot of the same level. Just the thought of the big boss not reading classified documents but reading Mary Sue novels was fascinating. Smash me with monthly tickets. Am I the only one who feels sorry for my friend? Mandarin was spoken in all dimensions and Chinese was popular. The Mary Sue novels that the old general mailed to the host were also written in Chinese. What could be more hurtful than this? This was no longer the entire world speaking Mandarin, but all dimensions being ruled by Mandarin. The salted fishes muttered among themselves. Some curious salted fishes searched for the book's name and actually found it. However, the book only had a name and a copy. The author did not upload any content. Taking a closer look at the book's creation date, it was probably Jiang? Ji Zeng read the book for a few minutes. Salted fish immediately understood. He was impressed by the author's ability. If this wave of popularity was good, the book might become a god. Some readers in the book review section ridiculed that the search volume and popularity was something that even the male genre's platinum hero could not compare to. Jiang? Ji Zeng had a little habit of reading books. Before reading a book, she would first look at the book's title and copy. The book's title and copy were in standard red text format. She thought that she would not read such a lame novel, but in the end, it was delicious. She read for the entire morning, lying on her left side, lying on her right side, lying on her back and crossing her legs. She did not want to get up at all. The salted fishes also accompanied her to read Mary Sue novels for the entire morning. At first, they complained that they did not want to read such silly and sweet Mary Sue novels, but as they read, they became engrossed. Jiang? Ji flipped faster and the salted fishes made a lot of noise. You Ban, are you stupid? There's a recording in the live stream room. If you can't watch it in time, can you rewind it frame by frame? The salted fishes? How infuriating. They were actually mocked by the other salted fishes. Wuxia found Jiang? Ji did not see her for the entire day. When she came to look for her, she found that her lord had unknowingly moved from the room to the outside. The floor was wiped exceptionally clean by her clothes. Wuxia had never seen such a strange book. Ji was engrossed in reading, so he did not disturb her. Instead, he went forward to take a closer look at the cover. There were strange words with missing arms and legs, and Wuxia naturally could not appreciate the beauty of artistic words. Zixiao, you're interested in this too? Jiang? Ji put down the book and happened to meet Wuxi's eyes. No matter how engrossed she was, she would not let down her guard against the outside world. She knew before Wuxia even got close and wanted to see his reaction. Wuxia said, "May I know what this is for?" Jiang? Ji threw it to him. "A novel. It's quite interesting. Although the content is a little weird, the plot is quite well understood." Wuxia subconsciously took it and took a look. He found that the quality of the paper of this book was better than the best bamboo paper. The thickness and size were the same. The tiny words on it were neat and beautiful. Every stroke seemed to have been copied. Wuxia rubbed the words with his fingers and found that the surface of the paper was smooth. His fingertips could not feel the uneven marks of the writing, and the ink was not scattered. This was not something that could be achieved by a human. Wuxia raised his head and looked straight at his lord. His dark eyes were filled with curiosity and surprise. Could this be the woodworking workshop's latest printing technique? When he asked this, Wuxi's voice was faintly trembling. It was not from shock but from excitement. "What about Jiang?" Ji's words poured a bucket of cold water on him. "No, the woodworking workshop wants to develop this kind of technology, but it is still far from it. Maybe it can be achieved in this lifetime." Ji pointed to the content of the book and said, "I thought you were curious about the content of this book, so I let you read it. I didn't expect you to be concerned about the printing." Wuxia then looked at the content carefully. He could not understand where the words came from for a long time. In terms of appearance, it was very similar to the words that he was familiar with. But when he read it carefully, the great scholar instantly became illiterate. Of course, words in this era were written vertically from top to bottom and from right to left. But this book was written horizontally from top to bottom and from right to left. "Jiang?" Ji took the book from his hand. The corners of her lips curled up with some evil intentions. Chapter 1769. There were many extremely embarrassing descriptions in this book. She only hoped that Wuxia would not be too frightened. Just as she recited a paragraph, Wuxia frowned in confusion. "What is the Dark Shang Emperor? Ginger?" Ji glanced at it and said, "Male lead's name." Wuxia said, "Since ancient times, a single character is the most precious. Moreover, who would give their child the character Shang? Did he think the child didn't die early enough? It's probably a random combination by a naming software. After all, as you know, many novelists hate to give people names. It's too difficult to give people names." Ji could not help but grumble. Permutation and combination means to randomly pick 3 words to form a name. Wuxia took a deep look at his lord and did not make a sound. His lord also had a hard time in naming. "Ginger?" Ji read in a rhythmic manner, and Wuxia listened attentively, only interrupting from time to time to ask questions. "Be a ginger?" Wuxia revealed an indescribably conflicted expression after Ji finished reciting the palace drama that spanned 10 chapters and 30,000 words. "What happened?" Wuxia exhaled and said awkwardly, "It's tedious and cumbersome. I can describe it in a few hundred words. Why waste precious space?" "Ginger?" Ji Yunshu said, "Don't you find the psychological analysis of these characters quite interesting?" Wuxia said with a pained heart, "Even if it's just a tiny character, no matter how densely packed it is, it would still take a lot of ink and waste paper." "Ginger?" "Ji," she couldn't help but say to Wuxia, "this entire book only costs a dozen or so copper coins. If more copies are printed, the cost will be less than 10 copper coins." Wuxia widened his eyes in shock. "How many words does this book have, Ginger?" Ji Yunshu flipped through it and gave a rough figure. "Around 200,000. 200,000 words, less than 10 copper coins." Wuxia said with difficulty, "There are tens of thousands of books in Golden Scale Pavilion, but there are only about 5 million words in total. In other words, 400 coins was enough to buy a book collection the size of the Golden Scale Pavilion's library? What did that mean? Even the poorest family could build a Golden Scale Pavilion after a year of hard work." "Ginger?" Ji poured a bucket of cold water on him and said, "I told you, I might not be able to reach that level in my lifetime. Wuxia was stunned for a moment, thinking about the situation in his past life. In his previous life, the book industry had flourished because of the improvements in printing and papermaking techniques. It had indeed reached a height that Wuxia dared not imagine in the past, but it was impossible to reach the scale that his lord had mentioned. Ginger? However, I'll definitely succeed within 100 years. 100 years? Wuxia sucked in a breath of cold air. Even if it was 100 years, it was already shocking enough. Going back 100 years, studying was still the privilege of the minority, and it hadn't changed much in the present day. The landowning households were monopolizing it even more. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of his lord who resisted the pressure from the aristocrats to nurture a group of ordinary students in the Golden Scale Academy, who knew how long this situation would have lasted. If it were to be traced back to 100 years ago, every family would be able to obtain a copy of the Golden Scale Pavilion's book collection. Just thinking about that scene made Wuxia's fingers tremble with excitement. Ginger? Ji said, it's not a good thing for some things to develop too quickly. Only when the time is right will there be fertile ground for development. For example, in the popular investiture of the gods some time ago, King Zhou of Shang was criticized like a dog. Oh, it should be King Zhou. At that time his thoughts and actions were quite advanced, and the latecomers couldn't say that he was wrong. However, he didn't conform to the times and became a failure in the end. Wuxia tried hard to calm himself down and looked at Jiang. The Mary Sue novel in Ji's hands was a little more passionate. Zixiao, did you see that? What? Jiang? Ji said, the future I want to create. The two of them were showing off their affection. The old chief saw that he used it to mock Jiang. Ji was so angry that her teeth hurt when she used her things to flirt with a man. Your Abba, I want you to see what the transmigrator uses the rubber for, and then reflect on your own situation, but you're flirting with a man? Jiang? Ji said quietly. Is the damn rubber tree more important than my Zixiao? Single dogs were only suitable for celebrating Singles' Day. They could sweep the shopping cart and chop off their hands and feet while eating other people's affection. System notification. Your friend, your Abba, has blacklisted you. Jiang? Ji was speechless. She was so embarrassed that she flew into a rage. At least mail the rubber tree to her first. Zixiao, I seem to have accidentally offended someone. Wuxia expressed that it must be the other party who didn't know what was good for them and didn't understand reason. The Lord just needed to understand people with emotion and reason. Jiang? Ji laughed secretly. Fortunately, the old chief had blacklisted her, or else she would be depressed. The old chief had always been very protective of Wuxia, because Wuxia was a young man. In the eyes of the old chief, who was 200 to 300 years old, in the eyes of the old chief, he was a little kid who hadn't even grown his hair. If she knew that Wuxia said that, she would fly into a rage. Jiang? Ji said, you're right. After all, she's getting on in years. It's normal for her to be a little grumpy. Wuxi's smile deepened when he heard the words the geraniums are getting on in years. This revealed a piece of information. The other party was a woman and not a threat. Jiang? Ji had read a lot of books and had read countless travel notes. She knew that there were rubber trees in another distant place in this world, and there were similar records in one of the travel notes. However, if she sent someone to search according to the contents of the travel notes, it would take at least 2 to 3 years, and at most 5 to 6 years. If she was unlucky, the person she sent would die on the way and she would have to send another group of people to take over, which would take even longer. If she asked the old chief to mail some, she didn't know how much manpower, material, and financial resources could be saved. The old chief had just lifted the ban on her. Ji went over to flatter him, throwing all the flattering words at him. As the saying goes, a good girl is afraid of a pestering man. Jiang? In the end, Ji thawed the ice cube that was the old chief. Everyone, last night an immortal entered my dream to give me pointers. Early in the morning, Jiang? Ji gathered everyone with a solemn expression. The beginning of the meeting was filled with fantastical content. Everyone knew that their lord was magical. After all, during the battle at Zhanjiang Pass, Nieliang's 10,000 arrows could not hurt their lord at all. That was a fact witnessed by tens of thousands of people. Their lord also said that when she was young, she dreamed that the sun was setting in the west. At sunset, an immortal with white hair and beard appeared and taught her a set of bamboo slips. He asked her to learn from the bamboo slips to make up for the lack of yang qi when a woman was self-created. When she practiced to perfection, she could even release her inner qi to protect herself. From all the signs, their lord was the disciple of a certain immortal. Now their lord said that an immortal entered her dream to give her pointers, so it was most likely true. Feng Jin frowned and asked, What did the immortal say? Jiang? Ji felt that Huayu was getting better and better, so she gave him a small credit. A few days ago I was troubled by something. The immortal said that she sensed something and specially helped me by landing the item somewhere in the west of the city. In case the bestowed item was damaged by the people and angered the heavens, we need to send people to search for it as soon as possible. Jiang? Ji nodded and said, I think so too. In fact, her inner thoughts were. Chapter 1770. Jiang Pingji as an adult expressed. Multiple choice questions were for kids. Of course, an adult would want all of them. However, the old general who harbored evil intentions poured a bucket of cold water on her head. She was so excited that her heart turned cold. Rubber trees were not suitable to be planted in Dongqing, let alone in Wanzhou. They would die if they were transplanted there. That's not right. Why are they not suitable? Jiang Pingji dug out the relevant plot of the Mary Sue novel in disbelief and went through it from beginning to end. There was nothing wrong with it. There were too many species in the interstellar era. Jiang Pingji was not a plant expert, so she naturally did not know the living habits of rubber trees. Yuaba, it's too cold over there. The seeds I gave you can't germinate. The 2 specimen trees can't be transplanted either. Jiang Pingji was confused. What did the old chief mean? He had already taken off his pants and washed them. How could he tell her that she was having her period today? How is it not suitable? I read the book you gave me as a reference. The setting of the book was in the dead of winter. Didn't the rubber trees come back to life? Jiang Pingji had thought that rubber trees could be transplanted successfully in Dongqing after reading the book, but now he was telling her that it was not possible. Thinking about it, Jiang Pingji asked tentatively, is it not resistant to the cold? Yuaba, it's not resistant to the cold. It likes high temperatures and high humidity. I checked and it said that it will be frozen below 5 degrees Celsius. The planting area also has certain requirements for annual precipitation. The soil needs to be deep, fertile and moist, acidic loam. Right, because the branches are weak and the roots are shallow, they are not able to withstand the wind. Cold weather will affect rubber production and reduce production. Jiang Pingji, why didn't he say so earlier? The old chief was just watching Jiang Pingji. Otherwise, he would not have misled her by reading the Mary Sue novel. Why would he say it out loud? If he had not misled her, Jiang Pingji would have naturally looked through the records of rubber trees in the travel notes and paid attention to the environment they grew in. As soon as the old chief arrived, he did something outrageous. He directly substituted Jiang Pingji into the black ditch. Jiang Pingji could not help but scratch her head. In that case, the most suitable place to plant rubber trees should be the southern part of Nanxing and the original fiefdoms of the 4 factions of Nanman. I need to rearrange the manpower there. However, since he had gotten the seeds, he had to give it a try. You can first place the seeds in a greenhouse and simulate the hot and humid environment in the south to cultivate the seedlings. After a few months, you can transplant them to Nanxing. Time was precious and should not be wasted. Jiang Pingji did not want to be taken advantage of by the old chief. She immediately asked the old chief to send her a few barrels of latex. Your Abba, what do you want latex for? She bought a plane ticket worth a few thousand RMB and flew to the destination to dig up 2 rubber trees. He also sold her hundreds of caddies of seeds. According to the shop owner, the germination rate of these seeds was very high and the quality was trustworthy. After doing all that, he asked her to mail a few barrels of rubber latex. Tiske, Zhang Xiaojiu, have you paid me for my hard work? No, not a single cent. What a fickle woman. Jiang Pingji said, Dongqing can't plant the rubber trees you sent here on a large scale. The temperature here is below 0 in winter. Won't the rubber trees freeze to death? Without a tree, latex can't be produced. Without latex, how can we study the 108 uses of latex? Jiang Pingji was righteous as a gangster. If the old chief helped her now, wouldn't he be helping himself in the future? This was what the old chief should do. Jiang Pingji's conscience was not condemned at all. She ordered him around with great vigor. After a while, Jiang Pingji did not receive an answer from the old chief. Instead, she received a golden notification from the system. Your friend your Abba has blacklisted you. Jiang Pingji? What had the old chief experienced in the years since he retired? To be honest, her temper was getting worse. She blacklisted people for no reason. In just a few days she had blacklisted her twice. Was she really going through menopause? Although she was blacklisted, Jiang Pingji was not worried that she would be blacklisted forever. She sent someone to count the rubber seeds one by one and put them in the warehouse. Although she did not know much about rubber tree seeds, based on her experience as a genetic warrior, She concluded that the seeds were poisonous. The toxicity should not be strong, but it could be fatal. If it was accidentally ingested, nausea and vomiting would be fine, but it would be terrible if someone died. After doing all that, Jiang Pingji threw the misleading Mary Sue novel aside and ignored it. Wei Xi was very interested and asked her for the book. What's so interesting about this book? Jiang Pingji's attitude was typical of eating with one's bowl and cursing after putting it down. She had finished reading the novel and enjoyed herself. Now she only felt disgusted. She was not ashamed but proud of her double standards. Wei Xi said, "There are many things worth learning and studying." What's there to learn? It's the same as when men and women practice together. After a moment of comfort, it becomes boring. Wei Xi's ears turned red as he listened. His resentful eyes fell on Jiang Pingji. He asked, "Is it the same, my lord? Will it be boring too?" Jiang Pingji's strong desire to live made up for it, so as not to hurt the little man's self-esteem. Wei Xi did not say anything else. He left with the books. The evil emperor wants to hug the domineering ninth mistress. His back was full of accusations. Who was he accusing? He was accusing Jiang Pingji, the big pig trotter who fell out with him before he even put on his pants. Aha, boring? Then he should obediently cultivate his body and mind. Jiang Pingji reached out to Wei Xi's back, but she could not stop him. When she looked up, the screen was densely packed with bullet screens that mocked Jiang Pingji for being single because of her ability. A few people were clamoring to be the one to take over. Piao Kasei, I feel sorry for Zixiao. This kind of flirtatious words hurt a man's self-esteem. Yi Manqing Mao, the streamer is indeed a model straight woman who is single because of her ability. Piaoling Yushang, I'm an honest man. I want to take over Zixiao. Do I queue up to receive it or go through the procedure? Dong Dong Xiahua Kai, to the one above, go through the procedure and fight with the streamer. If you win, you can be the one to take over. Jiang Pingji was angry. These salted fish were getting bolder and bolder. They even dared to covet her Zixiao. Although the salted fish said flirtatious words, it did not mean that they did not do anything serious. Chapter 1771. I'm the hottie, is that enough? Jiang? Ji yawned and used a fan to dry the ink on the page she had just copied. Of course it's enough. I've even written down how to collect latex when rubber trees produce latex. Isn't that detailed enough? The salted fish felt that it was not enough. They should add a more detailed latex processing method which could save them a lot of detours. Jiang? Ji chose to refuse. Some things could be done simply by spending time, such as finding rubber trees and seeds, summarizing how to cultivate and how to prevent diseases from the local natives. These things could be done by spending time, but Jiang? Ji didn't mind using a cheat to shorten the process. Once it came to the research field, she didn't want to continue using a cheat. Using a cheat meant depriving them of the process of research and exploration. At the same time, it also erased the infinite possibilities of the future. She was willing to guide them even if they took a detour because it was a process of accumulating experience. Without this process and the spirit of research, the technology tree could only stagnate or even go backward. Every year, she supported the people in the woodworking workshop with a high salary. She didn't want to raise a bunch of useless people who could only wait for ready-made products. Let them figure out how to use latex to make the finished product I want. I can only give them some suggestions at most. Although the old commander was blackmailing Jiang, Ji was released after being locked in the small dark room for a few hours. He also sent her several buckets of fresh latex. The old commander was a hypocrite. His words were arrogant and his actions were tough, but his body was very honest. Jiang? Ji couldn't help but say something flirtatious, but the old commander scolded her angrily. I'm magnanimous. I won't fight with a menopausal woman. Jiang? Ji muttered in her heart and sent someone to send the latex and the booklet to the woodworking workshop. Natural rubber was an elastic solid made by solidifying and drying latex from rubber trees. It seemed ordinary, but it had a wide range of uses. Even for Jiang? In Ji's time, rubber had also subtly invaded every aspect of people's lives. In the salted fish dimension, it was more widely used in industry, defense, transportation, medicine, and daily life. Jiang? Ji thought it would cause a commotion in the woodworking workshop if she brought it, but there was not even a ripple. She waited for a few days, but there was no progress report. She couldn't help but go there herself. There were 3 bosses in the woodworking workshop, known as the Iron Triangle. They were Zhang Ping, Xiao Guang, and Bai Yuexia. Ginger? When Ji came over, she only saw 2 people. Wuxia isn't here today? The two of them greeted each other. Zhang Ping smiled a little worriedly. My body is heavy and I don't have much energy. I usually only come at noon. Ginger? Ji Yunshu was stunned. My body is heavier? Bai Yuexia was still single. How could she be overweight? Zhang Ping said shamefully, this subject did not handle this matter well. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yu's expression changed. Ji scanned Zhang Ping and found something strange. Zhang Ping, who had always believed in the plum wife crane, had a faint smell of cosmetics around him. His clothes were obviously different from before. Ginger? Ji Yunshu blurted out, does General Bai know? The old lady was leading the troops to defend Zhanjiang Pass against foreign enemies, but Zhang Ping, this unmarried man, had taken her daughter from behind and even made her pregnant out of wedlock? According to Jiang? Based on Ji Ye's understanding of General Bai, once he returned, the first thing he would do was to smash Zhang Ping's head. In this era, those who had the guts to get pregnant out of wedlock were stupid women and scumbags. But Zhang Ping didn't look like such a scumbag, and Bai Yuexia wasn't stupid either. Zhang Ping said, I wrote a letter a few months ago, but I haven't received a reply yet. Zhang Ping didn't dare to get married until his future father-in-law returned. Time flew, and Bai Yuexia's belly grew like a balloon. Since he knew that Bai Yuexia was pregnant, he couldn't sleep well, eat well, and his hair was about to go bald. Bai Yuexia's character was different from ordinary women. She didn't care about her pregnancy out of wedlock, but Zhang Ping was worried that the rumors would slander her. Zhang Ping was still a man. If outsiders dared to gossip and secretly speculate which man Bai Yuexia had an affair with and was pregnant with a child, he would stand up and say that the child was his and openly admit it. If it were those scumbags who cherished their reputation, they would have already pushed the blame to others. As the due date approached, Zhang Ping's condition worsened. My lord, why don't you arrange the marriage on behalf of old General Bai before the delivery, so that the child can have a proper status? If she got pregnant before marriage, she would be an illegitimate child. Zhang Ping was worried that someone would use this to slander him when he grew up. There was nothing he could do if his father-in-law couldn't make it back in time. If there was a lord and a princess presiding over the wedding, it would be more legitimate in name, and the preparations would be faster. Ginger? Ji said, speaking of titles, I remember the son of the two family, Wisdom? It could be considered as a premarital pregnancy. After she became pregnant, she never promised Fu Wang. In the end, Fu Wang was forced to be thick-skinned and enter the wisdom realm. After so many years, there were some unpleasant words in the outside world, but no one dared to spread them to the ears of this couple, because they were not people to be trifled with. The pair of twins had been studying in the Golden Scale Academy for a few years now. Relying on their parents, they were the two tyrants of the academy. From the looks of it, Bai Yuexia's matter wasn't a big deal. Zhang Ping was stunned as if he hadn't thought of this. Let's wait for General Bai to come back and arrange the marriage. If your future father-in-law wants to kill you, I'll stop him for you. Zhang Ping was a scholar, and his physique was not as good as an old general who had experienced hundreds of battles. If his father-in-law really got angry, Zhang Ping, an old unmarried man, would be beaten to death. It doesn't matter when you get married. As long as you don't change your mind, everything can be discussed. Otherwise, even I can't protect you. Ginger? Like many superiors, Ji didn't like office romance. It was fine if it was a husband and wife relationship. If it went well in the office, it would be a good story, but if it broke down, it would be a tragedy. If the two of them broke down, they were colleagues in the same organization. How would they get along when they met in the future? What if it delayed their work? If Zhang Ping really had the guts to let someone down, Ginger? Ji could only turn a blind eye and let Bai Ning and his daughter fight against Zhang Ping. What else could she do? A relationship that broke down couldn't be solved by the superiors. Either one of them resigned and jumped ship, or the other was transferred to another place and would never see each other again. Zhang Ping and Bai Yuexia were both poor students. If they couldn't be transferred to other departments, one of them would be hurt. Ginger? Ji didn't come here to gossip about her subordinate's love life. She changed the topic. How's the research on the latex that was sent a while ago? Zhang Ping quickly got into work mode and looked puzzled. There's some progress, but I'm confused. What does the Lord want this thing for? Ginger? Ji choked for a moment and hesitated. Should she do BYT for birth control or tires? After this thing solidifies, it will be very useful. Zhang Ping said respectfully, I'd like to hear the details. For example. Ginger? Ji still didn't say BYT openly. She thought for a while and came up with a reliable excuse. This thing can be used to make shoe soles. The straw shoes worn by the soldiers are too worn out, and wooden clogs are not convenient to walk in a hurry. This thing is different. The Lord is right. This thing is strong and elastic. If it is made into shoe soles, the soldiers will indeed suffer a lot less. Zhang Ping was inspired and made inferences. Elastic. Alright, maybe it can also be used on carriages to reduce the bumps when driving. Chapter 1772. Ija Shuxing, haha, even the streamer has times when she is neglected. Look at the grievance in her eyes. Lousy, most handsome in the world. I think Zhang Ping is digging his own grave. Doesn't he know that pleasing the streamer is more important than pleasing his father-in-law? He can ignore anyone but Jiang? Gee, Zhang Ping is destined to be alone for life. Shenyumuxi Muji, what's the matter? No matter how charming the streamer is, it's impossible for all the men in the world to revolve around her. Zhang Ping and Xiao Guang are technical researchers. What's so strange about them being so engrossed in their research and forgetting everything else? If the streamer makes things difficult for Zhang Ping and Xiao Guang because of this, then she's not the streamer I know. Can't you guys have a limit when it comes to jokes? It's just a job. Zhang Ping doesn't have to hang on to Jiang. Ji is a crooked tree. At most they'll just break up. Poor priest sees your chrysanthemum is poisonous. That's a big deal. Bai Yuexia's feelings for the streamer are above friendship, but they are not yet in love. Coupled with the thick filter of a fangirl, the streamer's attitude directly affects whether Yuexia is willing to follow Zhang Ping. Some of the people who didn't know what was going on, Zion Caton, I just heard that Beauty Ci seems to be quite wary of Yuexia and treats her as a love rival. Fengjin Song. Previously someone recommended that this streaming room has passion, gay love and Ji's feelings. I didn't believe it, but now I believe it. The salted fishes were unscrupulously communicating with each other. Ji's gossip. The more they talked, the more surprised they were. Jiang? Ji listened to the conversation between Zhang Ping and Xiao Guang patiently. She didn't show it on her face, but she was very satisfied. When the two of them came back to their senses, they realized that they had ignored their master for a long time. Their expressions were a little unnatural. Jiang? Ji stopped them from apologizing and said gently, "It's your duty to be engrossed in research and work. What's wrong with that?" When it came to these Mo family's treasures, Jiang Ji had always been very tolerant and considerate of them. Even during the 2 years when the economy was at its worst, she didn't embezzle the woodworking workshop's funds. Of course, she wouldn't get angry because of a momentary rudeness. "Tell me about your plans." Zhang Ping bowed and said, "Yes, Your Highness, please follow me and observe." Jiang? Ji Yunshu stayed in the woodworking workshop for the whole afternoon, and only left reluctantly when the golden crow descended. Before leaving, Zhang Ping asked her about something. How much of this latex can be harvested in a year? According to their current research, the solidified and dried latex had good properties. Not only could it be made into shoes for soldiers, but it could also be used in other places. If the production could keep up, the military's expenses could be reduced by a lot. Although the straw sandals were not expensive, the army would wear out a pair in 1 or 2 days. When such a large number of straw sandals accumulated, it would still be a considerable expenditure. If the soles could be replaced with natural rubber soles that could withstand wear and tear, not only would the soles of the soldiers suffer less, but they would also be replaced less frequently. From a macro point of view, replacing straw sandals with rubber shoes could save a lot of money on military supplies. Moreover, this kind of shoes could be worn not only by soldiers but also by ordinary people. The commoners were not as worn out as the soldiers. A pair of shoes could be worn for 2 to 3 years. Ginger? Ji said regretfully, "The trees that produce latex can only survive in the south of Nanxing. They can't withstand the cold. I have already sent people to cultivate the seedlings. When the time comes, we will find a suitable place to cultivate them. If we want to mass-produce them, it's not possible in the next few years. It should be much better in the future." After hearing this, Zhang Ping looked disappointed. In recent years the war had been fierce. As his lord became more and more powerful, the other feudal vassals were gradually showing signs of decline. From Zhang Ping's point of view, within 10 years, his lord would be able to rule the world. When that time came, the rubber shoes would have a scale, but it would not be of much use to the soldiers. Ginger? Ji knew what he was thinking. She smiled and said, "This thing is not only for the soldiers but also for the people of the world. If it is beneficial to the people, so what if it's a little later? I heard from your discussion that this thing can be used in many other places. It shouldn't be limited to making shoes." Tinkering with tires, tinkering with BYT, and contributing to his livelihood were all acceptable. Ginger? Zhang Ping and Ji Yi naturally did not know what was going on in Ji Yi's mind. With their lord's guarantee, they were full of confidence. They continued to discuss and unanimously agreed that this thing could also be used to modify horses and carriages. For example, they could try to stick the rubber on the wheels or wrap the wheels to reduce the contact between the wooden wheels and the gravel on the ground. This was also a good idea. At this time, the wheels and axles were all made of wood. Even though they were made of high quality, high strength and crisscrossed fibers of elm or similar wood, it could not change the fact that they were wood and not metal. The road conditions were not good and there was a lot of wear and tear. If a part of the structure could be replaced with rubber, it might have a miraculous effect. Of course, these were all ideas. They had not been put into practice, so the effect was unknown. If the effect was good, it could be further improved. If the effect was not good, they would have to find other ideas. Ginger? Ji Yi wanted to remind them that they could try inflatable tires, but she swallowed the words when they reached her mouth. Inflatable tires were also not something that could be achieved with current technology. Even if they could be made, the road conditions did not support it. The time was not ripe. However, she thought of the bicycle that she saw in the Interstellar Museum a long time ago. This thing could be tried. Shiheng, give me a pen and paper. I have something for you to do. The people in the carpentry workshop did not use a brush. Instead, they used ginger. Ji Yi's improved ink strip looked like the prototype of a pencil. It was very convenient to draw. With 2 whooshes, she drew a bicycle and a rickshaw pulled by a man. Ginger? Ji Yi's drawing skills were actually not bad. Everything was drawn in detail. The tires were naturally not inflatable. They were all solid rubber. Zhang Ping and the others would adjust how to save effort. This thing is... Zhang Ping and Xiao Guang came over and looked at the paper in a daze. The rickshaw was a bit like the cart of today, but the style was very different. They could still understand. The bicycle, in their eyes it looked really strange, not to mention making it. I am slow-witted. Please enlighten me, my lord. Ginger? Ji did not make things difficult for them. She told them her idea. The people of today would definitely not accept a bicycle. She just wanted to make one and take Zishao for a ride. The rickshaw was used to enrich the types of carriages and horses. She said, I first came to the carpentry workshop on a public carriage. It is cheap, but the smell is too strong. Even with the simple carriage plate, the horses but was facing the passengers and the smell was strong. It was really not a good experience. Chapter 1773. Who had an easy life in this world? Having a proper and stable job, even if it was manual labor, was also a form of hope for the people. Jiang? Ji said, not everyone can afford a carriage. I think no one will object to it if it's a convenient way to travel. Xiangyang City was so big and the people had a good standard of living. The carriage driver didn't have to worry about business. Zhang Ping relaxed his brows and said, my lord's thoughts are for the people. This is a great deed. I will do my best to make this thing. Jiang? Ji said, we have to make a bicycle too. She wanted to take Xiaoyu for a ride. Speaking of which, she was one of the higher-ups of the Federation's military after all. She had a few modified sports cars in her garage, and she even had a display stand for the mecha hub of the combat mecha. In the end, she had to rely on a bicycle to flirt with a man and go for a ride. Zhang Ping asked curiously, my lord calls it a bicycle. It should be a car, but I don't know how to use it. Jiang? Ji said, sit on the seat with your legs apart and step on the pedals. Zhang Ping. He didn't know if he should question whether he would be unable to stand or that this position was too immoral. When he thought about how riding this thing was equivalent to holding something between his legs in broad daylight, it was really unsightly. Jiang? Ji saw that he didn't speak and asked, is there anything wrong? Zhang Ping smiled awkwardly but politely. There's nothing wrong. Then it's settled. I'll wait for your good news. Jiang? Ji was now a person with a big family business. If there was anything, she could just instruct her subordinates to do it. She only needed to steer the ship. Oh yes, since Wuxia is pregnant and her body isn't as good as before, don't let her touch latex in case it harms the fetus. Ji changed the topic and said, let her look at the blueprint of the bicycle. I remember that she's most interested in this kind of thing. Zhang Ping was about to thank her. He opened his mouth, but Jiang? Ji did this to him. He thought that his lord pitied the pregnant woman and wanted to give Wuxia paid maternity leave. In the end, she let her work on a new project while she was pregnant? That was a pregnant woman. Pregnant women were also people. As long as the intensity of labor was not excessive, Jiang Ji would not even let pregnant women off. What could Zhang Ping say? Of course, he revealed a stiff smile and accepted the order on behalf of Bai Yuexia. She thought that Bai Yuexia didn't have the energy to do it, but when Zhang Ping handed the blueprint to her, she almost jumped up from the mat with her big belly. Zhang Ping hurriedly supported her, looking frightened. Take it easy. Don't stretch your stomach. Bai Yuexia gently slapped his right hand away. The stomach is on my body. I didn't say anything, but your reaction is even bigger than mine. Zhang Ping smiled bitterly. I just can't bear to see you too tired. Bai Yuexia said, how can there be any reason to neglect a task entrusted to me by the Lord? I'm in good health, and the one in my stomach doesn't dare to disturb me. Ginger? Ji Yunshu's drawing was very detailed. At the end there was even a diagram of each part. Bai Yuexia took a closer look, and the more she looked, the more amazed she became. His lord was really a Mahis genius who had been held back by fighting for the world. At the same time, some people sighed with emotion. Ji was a designer who was held back by seize the throne. My lord, the samples have been delivered. They are waiting inside. Ginger? After leaving the woodworking workshop, he bumped into Wei Ci on his way back. She asked, what kind of clothes? Wei Ci replied, didn't the Lord hand over the finished drawings to the embroiderer to cut paper for the graduation clothes? The samples have been made in a hurry. Ginger? Ji slapped her head. She had almost forgotten about this matter. Let's go and see what it looks like. Ginger? Ji's drawings had been modified by Wei Ci. Her drawing skills were more suitable for drawing mechanical drawings, and Wei Ci was good at other things. She was looking forward to seeing what the final product would look like. The elderly embroiderer and tailor were given to Ginger. Ji bowed respectfully before bringing the neatly folded samples over. Ginger? Ji said, why don't you let someone wear it to see how it looks? What would it look like if it was folded? The tailor said, this old servant doesn't dare to. How can this old servant try on the clothes of the nobles? Usually the clothes that they made were directly worn by the nobles. They would never let the nobles wear them after they had tried them on. The clothes had to be new, not secondhand. Ginger? Ji said, fine, I'll find 2 people to try. The clothes have to be worn to know what's wrong with them. The embroidery of the clothes was done by the embroiderer. It was neat and meticulous, and the overall effect of the clothes was the same as Ginger? Ji had imagined. No, she let the person who tried it on turn around, only to find that the iron-eating beast emblem on the back of the clothes had been changed. Ginger? Ji had drawn a black and white chibi version of the panda head. It looked very cute, but it did not match the overall style of the clothes. After Wei Ci's modifications, the original cute chibi style turned into a noble, cool, and indifferent style. The panda head was drawn with black silk threads. At first glance, it looked like an unfamiliar word, but upon closer inspection, one could see that it was the head of the iron-eating beast. The head was surrounded by a circle, and there were a total of 8 meandering lines in all directions, like willow leaves and burning tongues of fire. Ginger? Ji smiled and said, not bad. Wei Ci had previously said that he wanted to make a small change to the emblem. Ji was busy and did not ask in detail how to make the change and let him do it. Experts could tell once they made a move, and they were much more professional than her. Wei Ci lowered his head and smiled bitterly. Could he say that this emblem was the royal emblem of the Jiang royal family in the previous life? Back then, His Majesty also wanted to use the iron-eating beast as the emblem, but the drawing was not very good. A few important ministers made several changes before the current version was achieved. This emblem was in the center of the back. It was not big, and the size was only a circle formed by the thumb and index finger. It was not very eye-catching, but it could not be ignored. I am very satisfied with the sample, and the finished clothes will be made according to this. Jiang Ji smiled and said to everyone, the senior students of the Golden Scale Academy have also resumed school. Follow my orders and go to the academy to make the clothes for the students. They must be well-fitting so that they will look energetic when wearing them. There were only slightly more than 200 students graduating in the first batch, so there was still time to make the clothes. This was the first batch, so there was no experience. If it was the next batch of students, the graduation clothes would have to be prepared a long time in advance. The clothes are ready. Has the Lord thought about what questions to test them? Jiang Ji said, why do I have to set a question too? Wei Ci said, after all, this is the first batch. If the Lord values them, the outside world will naturally value them more. That makes sense, then let me think. Jiang Ji rolled her eyes and smiled. Ji Yunshu rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "What a coincidence, I have it." "Ready-made? Sugar cane and rubber trees, aren't they ready-made?" Jiang Ji, when Ji was in school, every examination paper was closely related to current affairs. This detail tells us that students should also develop the habit of being concerned about the affairs of the outside world. Chapter 1774. My lord, I think that sugar cane and rubber trees are not suitable for the exam. It's unfair. These two things have yet to be spread. Except for the children of a few important ministers, the other students are all commoners. How would they know about these things? Wuxia voted against it. The information channels were not equal. It was obviously unfair to the students who came from ordinary backgrounds to use these two questions as the exam questions. Whether it was sugar cane or rubber trees, they belonged to unconventional topics that very few people knew about. Even Feng Jin, who was unprepared, might not be able to answer the exam questions, let alone a group of students. His lord's exam questions were not only beyond the syllabus, but they were also fatal. Jiang Pingji could not help but laugh. Although Zixiao's considerations are thorough, he's too cautious. I use this as the exam questions. Naturally, I won't let those kids have the possibility of cheating. The exam questions can briefly mention the functions of sugar cane and rubber trees, as well as their future applications. They can reveal key information, and the students can analyze and judge based on this information. I'm very curious. If I ask the students about the benefits of promoting these two things, can they dig deeper into the meaning and understand my intentions? If the exam was like that, Feng Yi and the others would lose their advantage because Jiang Pingji had forcefully leveled the information. Jiang Pingji said, "The graduation exam is not difficult for these students. There won't be the phenomenon of failing the exam and repeating a year, but I don't need talents who only know how to read from the book." The exam system of the Golden Scale Academy was quite strict. Jiang Pingji had seen the students' past performance. Graduation was definitely not a problem. Wuxia thought for a while. My lord is right, but I still have something to say. Say it. What can't you say directly between us? Wuxia said hesitantly, it's a waste to give two questions at once. Why don't you give one and leave one? Leave one? Why leave it? My lord, have you forgotten? Although the Academy's graduation examination is important, it is only a minor examination within the Academy. The major examination for your selection of scholars is still to come. Wuxia reminded her. She had asked two important questions at once. What would the imperial examination test be about? Jiang Pingji said with a smile, I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. I'll give one of the questions and leave the other one for later. The two joked and decided on a major question that the students would never forget. Many years later, there were still many students who dreamed that they were sitting in the examination hall for their graduation exams. That was not scary. What was scary was the last question. It was the nightmare of nightmares. According to the original plan, the graduation examination would be held at the end of the first month after the new year, but due to insufficient preparations, it could only be delayed by a month. The group of students did not feel relieved. Instead, they became even more anxious. As the time for the assessment approached, everyone felt as if they were about to be executed. The nervous atmosphere of the senior students also infected the students of the other years, and they looked at their seniors with sympathy. The students, who felt a sense of crisis, exploded with unprecedented enthusiasm for learning. Although it was still a long time before their assessment, they had to make ample preparations so that they wouldn't be flustered in the future. There were also students who applied to participate in the graduation assessment together with the senior students, but their results would not be included in the final ranking. Han Yu's eldest son, Han Run, was one of them. He wanted to see how far he was from the senior students so that he could accumulate experience for the graduation exam in a few years. On this day, Han Yu was at home on a break. He was giving special attention to his eldest son, helping him find out what he missed out. His illegitimate son and daughter were studying hard at the desk not far away. The youngest son, Han Chi, was also sitting, shaking his head while memorizing the beginner's books. At this time, an uninvited guest came to the house. Han Run was hard at work when he caught a glimpse of a silhouette from the corner of his eye. Father, the housekeeper is here. Han Run thought the old housekeeper had something important to report, so he didn't dare to delay. Han Yu frowned and turned to ask, What's the matter? The old housekeeper looked embarrassed. Master, there is a guest visiting. Who is it? Why didn't you give me a visiting card? It was rare for Han Yu to have a day off. He declined many invitations from his friends and specially stayed at home to help with the children's homework. He didn't want to see an uninvited guest without a visiting card. The old housekeeper's eyes fell on Han Run and the young Han Chi. He wanted to say something but stopped. Han Yu understood. The uninvited guest who was related to the two sons seemed to be the one from Shangyang County. Who was it? Of course it was Madame Tao, who had divorced Han Yu a few years ago. For the sake of the two sons, Han Yu didn't get angry. He asked calmly, "What is she doing here?" Madame Tao's maiden family was destroyed by the Lord. Madame Tao escaped as a married daughter. Later, her eldest son Han Run settled her in a private house in Shangyang County. Since the two of them divorced, Han Yu hadn't paid attention to Madame Tao's recent situation. He didn't understand the purpose of her visit. The old housekeeper said, "I heard that she seems to be pregnant. She specially came to see you two Langjuns." Han Yu was stunned for a moment before he realized that Madame Tao was going to remarry. Then I'll have to congratulate her. Han Yu's reaction was still calm when he heard that his ex-wife was going to remarry. If they divorced, they wouldn't be husband and wife anymore. They weren't very old, so it was normal for them to have a second love. Han Yu didn't have any opinion on his ex-wife remarrying. Han Run, who was beside him, bit his lower lip. His hand that was holding the brush trembled slightly. Han Yu could accept it without any grudge, but he couldn't. After several years of separation, the former husband and wife didn't have the sharp and tit-for-tat attitude they used to have. Madame Tao looked at Han Yu, who was sitting upright, and a trace of absent-mindedness flashed in her eyes. She had been depressed all these years and looked like she had aged more than 10 years. Han Yu, on the other hand, did not show any signs of aging. His temperament had become more and more condensed, as if he was the essence that had been accumulated over the years. People could not help but sigh at the favoritism of God. If she had not been so stubborn in the past, perhaps she would still be the high and mighty Madame Han now. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in the world. Madame Tao would not change her choice even if she had another chance. Between her husband, her son and her family, she would always choose the latter. Of course, Madame Tao didn't come here today to renew her relationship with her ex-husband. She knew Han Yu's temperament. If he chose to give up, he wouldn't be reluctant to leave. He wouldn't look back. She wouldn't ask for trouble. The two of them calmly exchanged greetings. Madame Tao was concerned about the studies of her eldest son, Han Run, and the health of her youngest son. Han Yu answered all of them. Han Yu was a smart man, and Madame Tao was not good at hiding her intentions. Han Yu knew that Madame Tao was here for something. He pretended not to know. Seeing that time passed, Madame Tao was a little anxious before the topic got to the point. She had no choice but to state the purpose of this trip, but it was a little tactful. But, no matter how tactful she was, she couldn't change the purpose of probing the graduation exam. Han Yu frowned slightly and pursed his lips without saying a word. His eldest son, Han Run, said, "Mother, the exam questions are confidential. I heard that the exam question bank was made by several great scholars in secret, and the exam questions were selected by Master Lanting. No one knows the content of the exam. How did Father know?" Chapter 1775. Madame Tao said straightforwardly, "It's just a school exam in the academy. It's not a big deal. How can your father not know?" It all depended on whether the other party had the heart to know. Han Yu frowned. Han Run said, "My father's future is important. How can he participate in fraud? Most of these students are going to be officials. It's still unknown what their future achievements will be. If my father is tainted with the scandal of fraud, there will be hundreds of potential political enemies." Madame Tao felt sad when she saw her son was so supportive of his father. Her son crawled out of her womb, but he stuck to his father. She had doted on him for so many years in vain. Han Run asked her disappointedly, "Mother, did you come all the way here just to ask about this?" Madame Tao looked a bit unnatural. Han Run asked again, "Mother, it has nothing to do with the graduation exam of the Golden Scale Academy. Why do you care about this?" Madame Tao said, "I heard that my son is also going to join the exam. How can it be nothing to do with me?" The implication was that she came for her son, Han Run. Han Run sighed secretly and said, "Mother, you should know that I am not young enough and my knowledge is not as good as the seniors in the senior grade. This exam is just to see how good I am. No matter how I do, the results are not counted. It's meaningless to leak the questions to my son." Han Run knew that his mother was lying. Madame Tao saw that there was no result. She had to skip the topic and briefly said that she was going to remarry in a few months. She thought that Han Yu would be ashamed or embarrassed, but he didn't even frown. He only said, "Congratulations." Han Run also said, "Congratulations, mother, on your second marriage." The young and chubby Han Chi blinked his eyes. The little chubby boy with red lips and white teeth also chuckled and imitated his brother's words. "Congratulations, mother, on your marriage." The little boy didn't know what had happened. When Han Yu and Madame Tao got divorced, the little guy was still ignorant. Now he didn't know that his words had stabbed his mother's bloody heart. Madame Tao was so ashamed that she covered her face and ran away. Han Run couldn't bear it and turned to look at his father. Han Yu thought for a while and said, "Check the family she remarried into. This question is most likely related to her future husband's family." Sure enough, they found something. The family that Mrs. Tao remarried into was also a gentry family. Her family status was not as high as Han Yu's, but it was still a good choice. Her remarried husband had a legitimate son left behind by his deceased wife. This legitimate son was also a student who was about to graduate. However, the other party was a transfer student at a later stage. Because he still had a sense of disdain in his bones, he thought that the Golden Scale Academy, a grassroots organization, could not compare to his family's school. He did not study seriously in the first 2 years. Later on, when he woke up and wanted to study hard, he couldn't keep up with his studies. The graduation exam was too noisy. He was afraid that he wouldn't do well in the exam. Coincidentally, his stepmother was Han Yu's ex-wife. The father and son planned to get in through the back door. Han Run looked at the results of the investigation and remained silent for a long time. "Mother, you met the wrong person. Even a blind man would know that the Duke of Lanting valued this examination. If there was a scandal of cheating in the examination and leaking the examination questions, wouldn't it be a slap to her face? What happened to the opponents who had once made her unhappy? The weeds on his grave were 3 feet high. If they found out that Han Yu was the one who leaked the questions, it would mean that the Master of Lanting was a bad judge of character. It would be the same as slapping her." At that time, no one could predict how angry the Lanting Guild would be and how they would retaliate. None of the people involved would be spared, including Madame Tao. That was courting death. Han Yu took a sip of tea. Everyone has their own fate. Han Run felt a little sullen for no reason. He asked his father, "Father, have you ever thought about remarrying?" His mother had already remarried. He couldn't force his father to remarry, could he? Han Run was a little angry when he said that. After all, it was not good for him to have a stepmother and a stepsister. Han Yu said, "When she is a little older." He didn't remarry because he considered the situation of his 2 sons, especially his youngest son Han Chi, who was still too young. If he had remarried not long after his divorce, he couldn't guarantee the character of his new wife. As a man, he couldn't meddle in the affairs of the house. He was worried that his youngest son would be wronged. According to Han Yu's plan, he would at least wait until Han Chi was older and could go to the Golden Scale Academy before he could consider remarrying. He couldn't not remarry. Every family had their own relationships. The housekeeper was not omnipotent. Many social engagements required the personal presence of the master. Moreover, all the children in the house were unmarried. Their marriages still needed their legal mother to manage. Even for this reason, Han Yu would remarry at the right time. Now, remarrying would affect his work efficiency. Why would he need a woman if he was obsessed with work? Similar situations were happening in every family. Everyone was secretly trying to get the exam questions. They didn't know that their tricks were nothing in front of Jiang Pingji. As a person from the future, how could she not pay attention to cheating in exams? Even in this era, she still had a set of rather detailed security measures. These scumbags who were still in the early stages of cheating wanted to leak the questions? It was better to daydream before it got dark. They were not the only ones who were concerned about the exam papers. The salted fish in the streaming room were also concerned. Fuguedo, speaking of which, you are drawing lots so casually. I suddenly feel sorry for the students. Waha mineral water. Streamer, you are too casual. The candidates will cry if they know the truth. Jiang Pingji received the question bank from the scholars of the Golden Scale Academy. She was too lazy to look through them one by one. She just drew lots. Faced with the complaints of the salted fish, Jiang Pingji said seriously, "It's just a small exam for more than 200 people. It's not the federal comprehensive exam. How can it be considered casual?" The Federation Army commander personally came to draw the questions. In a sense, the standard is much higher than the comprehensive examination. The federal comprehensive exam that Jiang Pingji mentioned was similar to the college entrance examination that the audience knew. However, there were still differences between the two. The federal implemented 20 years of compulsory education, which was equivalent to elementary school, junior high school, and university in the salted fish dimension. 20 years of compulsory education was free. Students could graduate and enter society after receiving their graduation certificate. The so-called comprehensive exam was the federal exam after 20 years of compulsory education. Students who had good enough grades and didn't want to enter society at this age could participate in the comprehensive exam at their own expense. Those who passed the comprehensive exam could enter the most prestigious university in the Federation. It was difficult to enter such a university and even more difficult to leave. The elimination rate was as high as 60%. Those who could survive were the best of the best. The comprehensive exam was so important that they might not be able to invite the head of the army to attend. A small graduation exam of the Golden Scale Academy could make her do it. How could it be considered casual? As she spoke, Jiang Pingji's sharp eyes saw a mass of black and white slowly crawling toward her. She conveniently threw the freshly made exam paper aside. "Yo, mama's darling, give me a kiss, where's your daddy?" Chapter 1776. Delulu, I don't know if I should be envious that the host has a panda, or envious that the host can kiss the panda QAQ. Kazimo who loves climbing trees, we're all adults. Of course we're both envious. While the salted fishes were chatting and gossiping, there were also newbies in the live stream room who raised questions. Exodus, I've long heard of such a live streaming room. Although it's my first time getting a seat, I did a lot of homework before coming. If I remember correctly, the host got this panda during the battle against Meng Zhan, didn't she? How many years has it been? Why hasn't young Master Panda grown up yet? I'm a fan of young Master and have always been looking forward to young Master sweeping the weaklings. Or did he change to another one? According to Baidu, pandas have an average lifespan of about 25 years. It had been 7 or 8 years since the panda in Jiang Pingji's hands first appeared, but it was still in the form of a cub. Fairy Queen's Crimson. Upstairs, young Master hasn't changed at all. It's just that he hasn't grown up. Even though every panda looked exactly the same in the eyes of outsiders, veteran panda fans were able to distinguish the names of every panda like they were their family treasures. This young panda cub was the #1 online celebrity among pandas, so of course she was no exception. They were very sure that the panda had never changed. It had always been the same one, but they didn't know why it didn't grow bigger. Of course, there were advantages to not growing up. Pandas were the cutest when they were a few months old. Jiang Pingji answered Salted Fish's question with a smile. It can't grow big. Maybe it has become a spirit. This explanation immediately provoked the Salted Fishes to denounce and ridicule him. Fugue Do. After the founding of the People's Republic, animals are not allowed to become spirits. Arctic Ocean Soda. The laws of the heavenly Tao here can restrain a panda from another plane? Of course not, so this panda must have become a spirit. Wawan Minran. Speaking of which, if this little guy transforms into a human form, wouldn't she be the first female panda emperor? I think this is a good joke. Can anyone draw a picture of the officials bowing down to His Majesty the panda? Ye Qingqiu. The person above must be a newbie who fell into the trap in recent years, right? When His Highness Panda first appeared, the host recognized him as her daughter and jokingly called him young master. Many big hands had already drawn pictures of him. I'll introduce you to a few tentacles. You'll see them when you flip through them. Although the panda did not appear often, it had a lot of fans thanks to the halo of a national treasure. It was a pity that the appearance fee of the young master panda was too high. Jiang Pingji also ran around all year round, so it rarely appeared. Every time it appeared, it was very precious. For the salted fish dimension, pandas were probably the cutest animals that people all over the world liked. Jiang Pingji looked at the comments on the screen and her lips curled into a faint smile. She hugged the little fellow's armpits so that it was level with her line of sight. I've already said that you've become a spirit. Nanan, why don't you transform into a human for Mama to see? The panda did not understand and thought that Jiang Pingji was playing with it. She was still whining softly and rubbing her cheeks with her soft and pink paws. She was so adorable that it could make people bleed. Once again, Jiang Pingji felt that having the panda as the clan emblem was the right decision. With such a little guy, she could play with him for an entire afternoon without getting bored. Seeing the ears on its head tremble, Jiang Pingji could not help but feel the itch to pinch them. The little guy sensed something and suddenly raised its paws to hold its head. It tilted its head and looked at Jiang Pingji. It was so surprised that its small mouth opened slightly. At that moment, A bullet screen appeared in the streaming room. Kai Hong Tang, so what if he's adorable? He can't take color photos for the rest of his life. This is where he can never compare to the baby. Jiang Pingji laughed softly in her heart. She hugged the little guy and made it face the screen of the streaming room. She said to the screen, "Baby, open your mouth." The salted fishes were confused. The little guy, who was suddenly carried by Jiang Pingji, was also so confused that its mouth was half open. "Who told you that my big baby can only take black and white photos? Look at the little guy's pink tongue, it's so adorable." Salted fishes. After playing with his daughter for a while, her father also followed the sound and came over. Jiang Pingji said, "What kind of father are you? You let your little girl run around? Aren't you afraid that she'll be caught and slaughtered?" Seeing that his lord was carrying a familiar iron-eating beast in her arms, Wei Xi's slightly nervous expression relaxed. He regained his composure and a confident smile appeared at the corner of his lips. "I'm not afraid even if she gets lost. Who would dare to covet the eldest lady?" Iron-eating beasts were ferocious beasts. People feared them more than they loved them. Their impression of them was still limited to their powerful combat power and rapid explosive speed. Other than Wei Xi, not to mention the entire Xiangyang district, even in the entire Wanzhou, there was no other family that raised iron-eating beasts. Wei Xi's iron-eating daughter had long become a well-known anecdote. The fact that the little guy had not grown up for so many years had also become a strange story. If someone saw such an iron-eating cub in Wanzhou, there was no doubt that it must be the eldest lady of Wei Xi's family. Wei Xi was the best at stirring up trouble. Did the person who touched Wei Xi's precious baby want to die in a rhythmic manner? Wei Xi saw the examination paper on the ground from the corner of his eye. He reached out to pick it up without any hesitation and tidied it up. "This is," Jiang Pingji said, "the examination paper for the Golden Scale Academy's graduation examination." Wei Xi sighed. "How can my lord just leave it aside? I don't know how many people are watching it now." "Why are they watching it?" "A few people wanted to do better in the examination, but the majority still wanted to expose a cheating scandal and ruin Jiang Pingji's plans. It was not worth mentioning who these bastards were. Jiang Pingji could not find trouble with them for no reason without catching their tails. Jiang Pingji said, "So be it. Their eyes are on their faces. Wherever they want to stare, can I stop them?" Wei Xi said solemnly, "The public's opposition to the graduation examination and the subsequent selection of scholars in the imperial examinations is much greater than expected. The gentry were like a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even if Jiang Pingji was very powerful now, the gentry still dared to whisper in private. If the team of novelists led by Wei Xi was Jiang Pingji's mouthpiece to manipulate public opinion, then the circle of celebrities was the mouthpiece of the gentry. The latter's influence was indeed not as great as before, but its prestige still remained. Back then, Jiang Pingji used the Golden Scale Academy's examination method to select scholars. Those who had the opportunity to advance were from humble families and gentry families. This was considered a skirmish. The opposition from the gentry was not loud, and Jiang Pingji's attitude was too unyielding. It was easily suppressed by her. Now the graduation examination for this batch of Golden Scale Academy students was different. Among the more than 200 students, other than a few who were born in gentry or commoner families, most of them were descendants of commoners who had died in the war. Well, these students were commoners who were of a higher class than commoners. Chapter 1777. In fact, the commoner families could not sit still, but their words carried little weight. The commoner families with weight, such as Qiguan Rang and Su Ku, were Jiang Ji's loyal followers. It was impossible for Ji Ye's diehard loyalists to jump out and sing a different tune. Thus, the voices of the commoners could basically be ignored. At present, the aristocrats were the most vocal. As expected, when interests have nothing to do with them, how many people ignore it? Once it harms their interests, even if it's just a little, they will be anxious and show their ugly side. Jiang Ji sneered, "If there's a large-scale fraud scandal in this graduation examination, they will have a reason to attack the Golden Scale Academy and unite against its decision to recruit commoners." Wei Xi sighed in his heart. In his previous life, when the imperial examinations were carried out to select scholars, the aristocrats took advantage of the loopholes in the first batch, and there was a fraud scandal. The aristocrats thought that they could unite to force Her Majesty to change her mind, and even threaten the foundation of the country. In the end, Her Majesty drew her sword and killed people at the Grand Court Conference. She used thunderous methods to massacre a few typical examples. At that time, Wuxia broke out in a cold sweat for Her Majesty. In the end, Her Majesty did what she was supposed to do. She even used the unborn child in her womb to create the illusion of dystocia, to lure out the Red Lotus group hidden in the dark, and trick the rebellious aristocrats into taking the opportunity to rebel. The ending was delightful. Her Majesty seized another opportunity to carry the whole scene to the end. Wuxia was puzzled. Her Majesty had been fishing for many years, but why didn't those aristocrats learn their lesson? They were tricked by her again and again. Not only did they lose their lives, but they also brought disaster to their entire families. Of course, Wuxia was not qualified to say that because his son Wei Tsong was also a victim of Her Majesty's fishing. Wuxia was willing to bet that if there was a fraud scandal this time, if there really is a scandal, what does my lord intend to do? Jiang? Ji sneered, killing people justifiably is good. Wuxia smiled bitterly. This was the expected answer. He asked the question that had been puzzling him for a long time. My lord, everything you do is for the sake of 1,000 years, but they repeatedly obstruct you. Is it just because it hurts their interests? Wuxia was also from an aristocrat family, so he could see clearly where the root of the chaos was. In the general trend of the world, after being united for a long time, it must be divided, and after being divided for a long time, it must be reunited. But under the appearance of separation and reunification were the corpses of millions of people. Wuxia could not understand the decision of the aristocrats to bury so many innocent lives in the country for their own selfish desires. Of course, Wuxia also knew that not everyone had the selflessness to sacrifice themselves and their families for the sake of the world. For example, himself. Wuxia looked at Jiang Xiang silently. Ji, yes, he also has selfish desires. Ginger? Ji said, some people do it purely for their own and family's benefits, while others are purely short-sighted and short-sighted. If these people had my vision and breadth of mind, it might not have been my turn to take this position. Zixiao, don't you think that these people are similar to keyboard warriors? When it had nothing to do with them, they would take the moral high ground and point at the world, playing with their little cleverness, and spew out whatever good words they wanted. Once it involves their own interest, they tend to be vicious and stupid. Wuxia was a little confused. He uttered a question that came from his soul. What is a keyboard warrior? Those who boast that they are the smartest people in tea houses and taverns, giving advice and giving free rein, Jiang Xiang added with a cold smile. Ji added with a sneer, and those smart aristocrats who like to think they are smart, think they are in control of the whole situation and should listen to their commands. In one sentence, you up no cano bb. She was now a vassal and she was the lord. She knew what the consequences of her actions would be. Their vision was not as far-sighted as hers, and they still wanted to point fingers at her. Sooner or later she would use the god-slaying saber to cut them down. If they don't know what's good for them and really cause trouble for me creating a scandal of fraud, it will give me a reason to start a massacre. Jiang Xiang? Ji looked calm on the surface, but in her heart she was already sharpening her knife. To her disappointment, this year's aristocrats were too weak. They did not cause any big trouble, and the graduation assessment was carried out as scheduled. Wuxia analyzed the situation and found the reason. Firstly, the current lord was more popular than the emperor in her previous life. She was still in a honeymoon period with the officials, and there weren't as many conflicts as in her previous life. Secondly, with the Golden Scale Pavilion skirmish when it came to selecting a swordsman, everyone was like a frog in warm water. Now that they had medium rare, facing the Golden Scale Pavilion's plus version of selecting a swordsman, although they were hopping and jumping, their little tricks were not effective. Instead, they were suppressed by their lord. Thirdly, and most importantly, the Feng family was now standing on the lord's side. In his past life, it was a few noble families who took the lead in stirring up trouble. Now that the landowning households had a backbone, they were able to work together to stir up trouble. Now that there was no leader, no one dared to be the first bird to take the lead. After being hit by the Lord's first wave of energy, they were naturally in a state of disunity. Loose sand could not form a climate. Feng clan, Wuxia glanced at Feng Xiang from the corner of his eye. He sighed in his heart. Comparing the two lives, he pitied Feng Ju even more. If it weren't for fate, the Feng family's path wouldn't have become narrower and narrower. In the end, they would have been frozen by His Majesty for 10 years. It was hard to say whether the new emperor would be willing to use the Feng family. Her Highness Jiang Yan seemed to be open-minded, but she was as vengeful as His Majesty. Before her anger subsided, she would not give the Feng family a good attitude. The prosperity of the landowning households was closely related to the imperial court. The first generation could still have a foothold away from the imperial court, but if the second generation could not recover, it would not be easy to remember again. When the big shot sensed something and turned his head to meet Wei Xi's gaze. He smiled and nodded, which was considered a greeting. Wei Xi struck up a conversation with him. I heard that your son is also participating this year? When he said, the eldest son is in this batch, the second son is still a little short of maturity. Both his sons were participating. When he was very worried. The eldest son's talent was relatively mediocre, but he was born into the lineage of the leader of the main branch. The second son was fine. He had never planned to debut in this batch. He could fight again even if he did not do well. In contrast, the eldest son was under a lot of pressure. No matter how talented the eldest son of the main branch was, he would inherit the clan in the future. No one could change this. However, young people had strong self-esteem. No one wanted to be unable to convince the masses with their own abilities and become the young clan leader by relying on their reincarnation skills. Wei Xi smiled faintly and complimented him. When absent-mindedly he said, Huai Zhang, do you know the scoring criteria for this assessment? Not to mention wind? Even the students participating in the assessment did not know. The academy said it was a surprise. When the students felt that this was a shock. Where was the joy coming from? Wei Xi had an inside story here. When of course he had to continue asking. Anyway, the assessment was about to start. He only asked an hour earlier and it would not affect the students. The 6 arts of a gentleman are rites, music, archery, imperial strategy, mathematics, and calligraphy. There are a total of 6 arts, each worth 30 points, a total of 180 points. In addition to these 6 arts, there is also a miscellaneous exam. The miscellaneous exam is worth 120 points. There is a total of 300 points, and the ranking is based on the number of points. Wei Xi lowered his voice. If the total score of a student is less than 180 points, it will be regarded as a failure and will not be able to graduate. This kind of assessment was quite novel. In Wei Xi's opinion, there were many differences from his previous life. What is miscellaneous exam? He understood the 6 arts, but he did not understand the miscellaneous exam. Wei Xi said, the miscellaneous exam means anything can be tested. It is not limited to the 6 arts of a gentleman, nor is it categorized. Want to guess the questions? You should just give up on that thought. When his heart thumped, he had an ominous premonition. This batch of students. Chapter 1778. Wei Xi seemed to see through Feng Gui's worry and comforted him with a smile. All the famous scholars know their limits. The exam questions will not be too difficult for the students. Feng Gui forced a smile. If Wei Xi hadn't said that, he wouldn't have been worried. Now that he said that, he felt less confident. The famous scholars of the Golden Scale Academy naturally knew their limits, but the Duke of Lanting, who set the exam questions, was someone who didn't follow the rules. Feng Gui didn't dare to think about the difficulty of the exam this time. Feng Gui was deeply worried, but there were also some heartless fathers such as Feng Zhen who could not stop talking. Wei Xi wasn't far from him and couldn't help but feel sorry for Feng Yi. Today was Feng Yi's big day. It was good for Feng Zhen to be worried, but why didn't he react at all? Feng Zhen smiled as he took a handful of raisins from the snack plate and said, What's there to worry about? If he can't pass, he can repeat the exam. Wei Xi and Feng Gui were shocked. Was Feng Zhen being serious? Wei Xi said, This is the first batch. It's significant. Failing the exam and having to repeat the exam, aren't you afraid that Rong Li won't be able to take the blow? Although the possibility of this was small, what if something unexpected happened? For example, if he didn't know everything in the exam, or if he guessed wrong. Feng Zhen tilted his head and thought seriously before replying, If that's the case, repeating the exam is a good thing. If he can't take this blow, what kind of achievements can he make in the future? He might as well continue to stay in the Golden Scale Academy and enjoy its protection, being a fool who only knows how to drop books. Anyway, Madam still has one in her stomach. If Rong Li can't make it, then we'll nurture the next one. From a certain perspective, Feng Zhen was a devil with small accounts. He had a strange obsession and fondness for new accounts, but he was not interested in old accounts that he had already raised. He was a classic case of forgetting his old love with a new love. How could Feng Yi be more likable than an unborn son? As soon as he said this, Feng Gui noticed that his second brother, who was a few seats away, suddenly turned his head and stared at Feng Zhen with his death stare. Feng Gui was stunned. He then remembered that Feng Zhen's eldest son, Feng Yi, was his second brother's future son-in-law. If Feng Yi didn't do well, not only would he lose face for Feng Zhen, he would also lose face for Feng Jin. Feng Jin was a misogynist. He wouldn't tolerate his daughter marrying poorly. Feng Zhen sensed something and followed his intuition to look over. Coincidentally, his eyes met Feng Jin's death stare. He laughed awkwardly and said, "Rong Li is talented and attentive to the assessment. Not to mention the top 3, but the top 10 is definitely not a problem." Wei Xi saw that Feng Zhen had no backbone and could not help but secretly give him a kick. Noticing that Feng Jin's gaze had become even more unfriendly, Feng Zhen kept a smile on his face, but he was cursing in his heart. He wanted to beat Wei Xi to death with the soles of his shoes. He unilaterally announced that he had completely severed all ties with Wei Xi, his friend who had a kind face but a wicked heart. This child is born at the right time. I wonder if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Feng Zhen had just sworn an oath to cut all ties with them when he heard Su Ku say to Zhang Ping, who was sitting next to him. Zhang Ping smiled and continued, "How is it a bad thing?" Su Ku said, "This year's students are between 17 and 18 years old. What were we doing at this age?" Zhang Ping fell into deep thought, not knowing how to answer. When their generation reached this age, they naturally began to work hard to make a living, and at the same time they had to study hard. Why was it said that it was difficult to study from a poor family? Precious and profound books were all in the hands of the aristocrats. If you wanted to study, you had to visit them. You might not even have a chance to take a look at the books even if you tried your best to persuade them. Because of the complicated environment, they learned early on how to use what they learned for their own benefit. On the other hand, the students of the Golden Scale Academy had come at a good time. Sometimes thinking about it made one feel jealous. The students of the Golden Scale Academy had been studying for 11 or 12 years. What they worried about the most every day was not where to get books to study or how to manage their family business and make a living. Instead, they worried about how to finish the seemingly endless textbooks and how to finish the homework given by the teachers. The people they interacted with the most were their classmates and teachers. They did not have to worry about making a living, studying, social relationships, or books. The relatively closed environment of the academy allowed the students to maintain a certain degree of innocence and naivety at this age. Even if they were scheming, they walked the path of righteousness and honesty. In front of an old fox, it was as if all their thoughts were written on their faces. Su Ku recalled his past and could not help but feel melancholy. Zhang Ping smiled and said, "These students are indeed not scheming, but not being scheming doesn't mean they are stupid. After leaving the academy and seeing a wider world, they can learn some things on their own without being taught by others. Xiaoyu, you don't have to worry about them. A high EQ could not make up for a low IQ, but a high IQ could make up for a low EQ." Su Ku nodded in agreement. Zhang Ping's words were not unreasonable. While everyone was whispering, the students participating in the assessment arrived at the drill ground one after another. They lined up neatly according to their classes. It was not without reason that the ancestors said, "Clothes make the man." These students did not all have exquisite looks, but the scholarly quality that they had cultivated for more than 10 years, coupled with the blue and white school uniform with wide sleeves and a large cloak, gave them a sense of elegance and beauty. She was satisfied to be obsessed with looks. Because there were more subjects, one day was not enough, but Jiang Pingji said that she had plenty of time. She could take the exams one by one, so she was not in a hurry. The first subjects were horse riding and archery. Each could accumulate 30 points. According to the procedure, Master Yuanjing, Wan Xian, and Cheng Qing spoke one after another. Finally, Jiang Pingji spoke last. Jiang Pingji did not waste the students' time. She was concise and to the point, but her words were full of threats. Because this was the first graduation assessment, many influential people were invited to watch. This was not only a stage for them to show the educational results of the Golden Scale Academy to the outside world, but also a stage for them to show themselves. If they did not perform well under such circumstances, Wei Ci and the others broke out in a cold sweat. Was there such a threat to the students? The atmosphere in the military camp is austere. My lord's words made the students even more nervous. How could they not be nervous? This was the drill ground of the military camp, and there were close to 10,000 elites stationed around the drill ground. The imposing aura alone made them feel oppressed, not to mention the fact that there were more than 100 VIPs sitting in the temporarily built stands that were usually heard about but never seen. Not only were there the Duke of Lanting and his important ministers, but there were also famous scholars and some well-known gentry clan leaders. How could they not be stressed when they were taking the exam under their noses? It was very stressful. Chapter 1779. If it was inappropriate, it had to be changed to teach the students practical things. Was this Jiang? The Academy's martial arts masters naturally followed Ji Ye's original instructions. Therefore, the writing taught by the Academy had been improved. The assessment was more in line with the current battle forms. The horse riding test was divided into 5 scoring tasks, each of which was worth 6 points. Ming He Luan, to steer the horse so that the bells hanging around the horse's neck and limbs would be in sync. Even if it wasn't a song, it definitely couldn't make any clanking sounds. If the horse could play a more complete song, needless to say, it would be a perfect score. Song of Chasing Water, to let the rider ride the horse steadily on the bumpy road. Similarly, the horse's bells could not be messed up. Passing the monarch's watch, this was a bit of an etiquette test, but it also tested the rider's riding skills. The rider had to drive through the narrow gate and at the same time, salute and pay respect. If he did not do well, points would be deducted. Dancing on the thoroughfare, this was considered an obstacle course. The rider galloped back and forth, accurately performing all kinds of movements according to the examiner's instructions. Chasing birds, this should be considered an actual battle. Accurately driving the prey, making it easy to shoot. The drill ground was large enough to allow 50 students to take the assessment in a group at the same time. The horses used were all relatively docile mares. Some people couldn't help but frown when they realized that the test of the 5 royals was not a chariot but a warhorse. They were more conservative in their bones and worshipped the ancient style. They couldn't quite accept such changes with the times. It's like a bunch of devils dancing wildly. It's so nondescript. A famous scholar who was invited to watch secretly rolled his eyes and whispered to his friend in a low voice. His friend laughed. I heard that this was Duke Lanting's idea. The scholar snorted coldly and was full of disdain. When he saw that the rider was a woman, he was so angry that his beard almost curled up. He kept saying that it was improper for a woman to perform the 5 royals in front of so many people. How could he watch? He couldn't watch. If he wasn't afraid of Jiang, Ji would get angry. He wanted to flick his sleeves and leave. He silently said in his heart, comforting himself to give Jiang some face. If he didn't want to watch, he would close his eyes and ignore. There were many others who had the same thought as this scholar. On the contrary, Feng Zhen and the others watched with great interest. The examinees were divided into groups to draw lots. The first group only had 16 female students. Sun Lan's luck wasn't too good. She was in the first group, and her warhorse was also randomly assigned. Give me some face today. If you do well, I'll buy you a few boxes of horsegrass to reward you. His mouth was mumbling something when he heard the sound of clothes rubbing against each other. He turned his head to look and saw that the girl next door had steadily climbed onto the horse's back. She clamped her legs on the horse's belly and the horse obediently walked towards the examination hall. Sun Lan's face darkened as she looked at the bare back of the horse. Ginger? Ji was a demon who did not play by the rules. Naturally, she would not let her students have an easy time. Sun Lan almost cried. At least give me a stirrup, yes Jiang? Ji Yunshu ordered his men to remove the stirrups from the horses, leaving only the saddle. Stirrups had only been around for a few years, at least for Li. When this guy joined the army, he was used to riding without stirrups. Now that stirrups were popular, the threshold for riding a horse had also been lowered. In order to test the true abilities of his students, Jiang Yushu had made a decision. Ji Yi reasonably removed the stirrups. This not only meant that it was more difficult for the students to ride a horse, but it was also difficult for them to ride it. The only fortunate thing was that this batch of warhorses were not big, and they were very docile and obedient. If it were the heavy horses of the heavy cavalry battalion, any one of them would be taller than an adult man. How would these students be able to get on a horse? Feng Zhen looked at Sun Lan's miserable expression and almost laughed himself into convulsions. Zhang Ping was puzzled. I wonder what the Lord's intention is in removing the stirrups? Feng Zhen said mysteriously, Shiheng, you may not know this. If you don't rely on stirrups to get on a horse and ride a horse, your waist is not bad. Zhang Ping? The scene suddenly became dirty. Wei Ci coughed lightly at the side, indicating for this group of old drivers to take it easy. Why were they racing in such a formal setting? Feng Zhen continued to watch and discovered a somewhat strange phenomenon. These children's waists are not good. The way they mounted the horses was different, not at all romantic or elegant. Look at the girls next door, all of them were valiant and heroic. Yes, Feng Zhen discovered that the girls in the girls' class were a bit fierce. The way they mounted the horses was natural and smooth. Not to mention the 5 royals, just their waists alone were very promising. The more Wei Xiai listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. He gestured for Feng Jin to go. Feng Jin continued to cast a death stare at Feng Zhen. Feng Zhen, the first test of riding a horse was Ming and Luan. The warhorses' necks and legs were hung with bells. What the students had to do was to control the horses to walk and make their bells ring, trying to make the sounds as rhythmic as possible. If they could play a prescribed tune, the more perfect it was, the better they would get full marks. This test not only tested the horses, but also the students' music theory. Before the test began, the students were given a short period of time to communicate with the horses under them. At the same time, they were given a buffer time to adjust their emotions. Isn't this kind of test unfair to the later students? Some people were doubtful. After all, the first group would be told the songs, so the preparation time was short. However, the later groups would have plenty of time. Continue to watch. The Duke of Lanting wouldn't even consider this. When the music officer played the test tune, everyone was stunned and couldn't help but whisper, "I've never heard of this tune. Brother XX is proficient in music theory, do you have any impression of it?" Brother XX naturally hadn't heard of it either, because this tune was created by the audience in the salted fish dimension. It was the familiar Christmas song Jingle Bells. Although the tune was unfamiliar, the rhythm was clear and concise. It was the kind that could get addicted just by listening to it. The music officer played the tune 3 times. The students sat on their horses and silently memorized it, either confidently or solemnly sighing. At the command, the first group of tests began. The Ming and Luan test was special. The first group of 50 people was divided into 5 groups of 10 people. If 50 people performed at the same time, the bells would be too messy and it would be inconvenient to score. Sun Lan nervously grabbed the reins. Beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. The rhythm was not very clear, but it was not out of tune either. Jingle Bells was only a short segment. The performance didn't need much time. The scoring criteria were not only limited to the tune, but also depended on whether the person riding the horse's movements were smooth and whether they looked confident. Sun Lan estimated the approximate score in her heart. She couldn't get full marks out of 6, but she could get 4. Sure enough, Ming and Luan are free marks for the female class. Sun Lan rode to the side and watched the performance of the next group. She found that the performance of the 2 female students in the first group was quite outstanding. Not only were their tunes on point, but the horses under them also cooperated smoothly. There was no doubt that they would get full marks. Looking at this performance, they could also get high marks in the next 4 tests. The horse riding test not only depended on one's ability, but also a certain element of luck. After all, the test content had to cooperate with the horses. There was no doubt that the horses under the female students were not only docile but also obedient. Well, it should be said that they were too obedient. Not long after, the test of 50 people ended. Only one of the 16 female students did not get full marks. The reason for not getting full marks was that the tune was out of tune. Of the remaining 34 male students, only 10 of them got full marks. The rest all got 4 to 5 marks. Sun Lan's performance was better than he expected. She actually got 5 marks. The few celebrities who were originally disdainful were also silent. Even though they were still very disdainful, they had to admit that the performance of the female students was perfect and impeccable. Chapter 1780. Whether it's a fluke or not, we'll know once we see the results. Whether it's a donkey or a horse, we'll know once we pull it out. Why jump to conclusions and make ourselves a laughing stock? Feng Zhen suddenly raised his voice and joked with Zhang Ping beside him. Although these words were clearly directed at Zhang Ping, those with ulterior motives didn't think so. Instead, they felt that Feng Zhen was indirectly scolding the locust tree. His words were really sarcastic. They also knew how bad Feng Zhen's reputation was. Arguing with him was pure self-torture. More than one person had this kind of contemptuous thought. Everyone secretly scolded Feng Zhen and cursed Longzi for acting recklessly. His ears were really high. They wanted to hear what else Feng Longzi had to say to belittle them. Zhang Ping was stunned by Feng Zhen's sudden diss, but he immediately reacted. He smiled faintly and bowed in apology. What Zisher said just now was correct. It was indeed I Zhang who was narrow-minded. Zhang Ping continued Feng Zhen's words, which was equivalent to admitting that Feng Zhen had dissed him just now. The others shouldn't take it personally. If he really took it to heart, then it could only be said that this person had too many inner dramas, and his imagination was too much. Hearing Zhang Ping admit that he was narrow-minded, the few people's faces burned. They were embarrassed, annoyed and angry. Feng Zhen and Zhang Ping were putting on a show to humiliate them. It was outrageous. Adhering to the principle of losing but not losing, they faintly understood the essence of the later generation of contrarians. Regardless of the facts, they could argue from any angle. Thus, Feng Zhen heard someone's soft and low voice. She spoke in a low voice that Feng Zhen could definitely hear. Everyone knows that most women are physically weaker than men, but that doesn't exclude the fact that there are female heroes like the Duke of Lanting, who are born with godly strength. They're just a rarity. However, Xiangyang district has hundreds of thousands of people. It's not difficult to pick 15 or 16 women with excellent physical strength. The words of the contrarians were also very meaningful. For example, these two sentences. Flattered Jiang? Jiang affirmed that she was born with divine strength. At the same time, he said that the 16 women in the first group were elites among women. It was normal for them to perform better than the men. They were placed in the first group to perform Ming and Luan. It was probably a secret operation by the Golden Scale Academy to please Duke Lanting, who was also a woman. At the same time, it was also a good sign. If it wasn't for the under-the-table manipulation, how could 15 out of 16 girls get full marks? It was definitely arranged by the academy to put the most outstanding girls in the first group. He could understand the intentions of the Golden Scale Academy. After all, the operation of the academy depended on the Lord of Lanting. If the Lord of Lanting was not happy, how could the academy continue to operate? However, the academy was a wise and virtuous place after all. How could they be infected with the bad habit of sucking up to those in power? TSK, bowing to power and worldly power is really disgusting. A normal person would not be able to understand the thoughts of a contrarian. They had their own set of perfect logic, and arguing with them was a waste of time. Feng Zhen snorted coldly. Zhang Pingho smiled and comforted him in a low voice, in case Feng Longzi suddenly went crazy and made a fool of himself, ruining the assessment. Seeing that Feng Zhen had stopped talking, a smug smile appeared on the man's face. However, he was soon unable to laugh because a big shot who was even more stubborn than him had jumped out. Feng Ju, who had been watching the show, retracted his gaze from the arena and glanced at the contrarian who had just spoken. Despicable people cause too much trouble. When? He scolded him in a low voice, telling him not to talk nonsense. Logically, Feng Ju was not qualified to come today, but he was also a well-known scholar. He had also worked for Huang Song against Jiang. Ji's history in the Radiant Light was not light in the circle of scholars. He was invited, but he disliked the other scholars for being too noisy, so he found a way to change his seat and came to accompany his elder brother. Faced with his elder brother's scolding, Feng Ju smiled and said, "What are you afraid of? The mouth is on you. Even the Lord of Lanting has no reason to shut his little brother up. Despicable people cause trouble, they can't even say a word or two. How can they do that?" Feng Zhen rolled his eyes and probed, "How can a despicable person be compared to a famous scholar? A famous scholar is not necessarily a despicable person, and a despicable person is not necessarily a famous scholar." Feng Ju shook his head and said, "Those who have high prestige but are not officials are called famous scholars. Those who write books and write theories are called famous scholars. Those who are open-minded and do not care about trifles are also called famous scholars. Although they are all famous scholars, there are different levels. If it's a third party, they don't have to be a genius or come from a noble family. They just need to drink often, make friends with famous people with wine and rare toys, brag, be familiar with the Lisa, and know 100 or 200 volumes. Then they can be called a famous scholar." The threshold was so low. The people who joined the circle of scholars had different moral standards. It was hard to guarantee that there were no despicable people. Feng Ju's words were not polite. He was just short of pointing at their noses and scolding them. The few scholars were so angry that they jumped up and down. They endured and endured. Under the comfort of their friends, they did not challenge Feng Zhen or Feng Ju to a duel. Seeing that they were so angry that they were grinding their teeth, Feng Zhen felt happy. He poured a cup of wine and toasted in Feng Ju's direction from afar. Feng Ju smiled and raised his cup in return. The two looked at each other and smiled. They drank the wine in their cups in one go. "To this Dalong Feng?" Erlang Feng-jin's feelings were the most complicated. They always felt that Feng-zhen and Feng-ju were like tortoises looking at mung beans. They liked each other and did not know what kind of trouble they would cause in the future. These people were shooting their mouths off. Jiang? How could Ji not hear them? Her eyes fell on the drill ground, but her ears perked up to listen to the gossip. The attention of the idle people was also on the students at first, but after watching a few groups of Ming and Luan, the novelty wore off and they began to pay attention to other places. Now they found that there were people quarreling elsewhere. Tudu Feiqiu, Feng Longzi is a real man but his words are too strong. Polome Haoqi, little angel Shiheng is the cute one. The way she cooperated with Feng Longzi just now was too spoiled. The host is really something. Little angel Shiheng's appearance rate is too low. As a fan of a small group of idols, she would be moved to tears if she could get candy once every few years. Zhang Ping was one of the 3 giants of the carpentry workshop. He was in charge of logistics, so his appearance rate naturally could not be compared to the frontline personnel who often followed the army. The idle people who were fans of Zhang Ping, Su Ku, and the others were the most pitiful. They could not see their idols for several years, so they could only rely on themselves. For you, a stranger, the world is not straight under smiley-faced L. Under meow meow. What is not straight in the world? Spoil what? Wasn't it said a few days ago that little angel Shiheng was no longer single and had a girlfriend? Although passion, gay love and Ji's love coexisted in this broadcast room, and it was normal to look at people who were gay, but Jiang? The people around Ji were really straight. The prodigal Feng Zhen had a big sister complex, and the technical geek Zhang Ping had hooked up with by Yuexia. No matter how gay they looked, they were pure colleagues. Seeing that the idle people were about to quarrel again, Feng Ju joined the battlefield and extinguished the budding flame. Chapter 1781. Lan Shueyu Buja. I always thought that being a celebrity was a noble profession. In the end, you can call yourself a celebrity just by reading a few books, being good at socializing, bragging and marketing. Why do I suddenly feel like a marketing account when you explain it like that? Gui Kai Guo Feng Xiao, it's not a marketing account, it's obviously a social butterfly. Tudu Feiqiu, no, it's obviously a social butterfly who runs a marketing account. Jiang? Ji glanced at the bullet screen and almost couldn't hold back her laughter. It was true that there were high-quality and cultured people in the celebrity circle, such as Feng Ju, who was really talented, and Zhang Ping in the past. He belonged to the category of people who had a high reputation but did not become an official. However, there were also speculators who used fame and connections as capital to advance their careers. With such an analysis, there was indeed a sense of déjà vu from a marketing account. Jiang? Ji had been developing for many years. Those celebrities had often used their fame and connections to diss Jiang? If it wasn't Jiang? Ji had the ability and Wuxia was good at controlling public opinion. Maybe her reputation would really be discredited by these celebrities. Why did people say that one should not offend these scholars? Wasn't it because they had pens in their hands and could control public opinion? Once they started to control public opinion, Ji would be defined as a tyrant. In the future, there would be countless people who would discredit her. Don't look down on these celebrities. It was no joke if they united to discredit a person. Listening to Feng Ju's blunt diss, she suddenly understood why she got along with Feng Ju in Wei Xi's previous life. His temper was really to her liking. If she didn't like it, she would argue back. If she couldn't argue back, she would show her fists. She wouldn't suffer any losses. It was nonsense to say that a gentleman's revenge was never too late. If there was enmity, it was the right way to take revenge on the spot. For example, these girls from the Golden Scale Academy were indeed given to Jiang? Ji fought for a breath of air. If the outstanding performance of the first group of 16 girls was a fluke, then the stable and outstanding performance of the next 3 groups of girls made some contrarians speechless. Those girls' outstanding writing skills were obviously hard work. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that. What about those who couldn't tell? Of course they were blind. However, as a contrarian, he wouldn't admit defeat easily. What was there to be proud of about Ming and Luan's excellent performance? As long as one put in a lot of effort, they would be able to make it look presentable. This did not mean that these girls were really amazing. Sun Lan's hearing was pretty good, and he was one of the first batch to finish the exam. While watching from the side, he could also pay attention to the people in the stands. What are you thinking about? The third group, Feng Yi, had completed the test and was writing over. There was a thin layer of sweat on his forehead, and his jade-like face was dyed red. The way he rode on the back of the horse made him look even more youthful. As the spring breeze blew, his wide sleeves fluttered in the wind, and his hair ribbon fluttered in the wind. This youth's graceful bearing made him a dazzling existence in the crowd. Sun Lan glanced at her friend and smiled. I'm thinking that those people with loose tongues, do they think their faces are too thick? That it doesn't hurt to hit them? Feng Yi had a puzzled look on her face as she jumped off the horse. She carefully tidied up her appearance and handed the reins to the groom. The groom had to lead the horse away for the next group of students. What talkative person? You mean them? Feng Yi was smart. Even if she didn't hear what the scholars said, she could roughly guess what they were talking about. Sun Lan sighed. The male class lost completely in the horse riding event, but those scholars are still looking for excuses. It makes us even more incompetent. Forcefully maintaining their dignity was the most fatal thing. The senior male students of the Golden Scale Academy had tacitly accepted that they were outclassed in horse riding and archery, but outsiders who didn't understand the situation were still looking for excuses for them. Sun Lan was thin-skinned. The more she listened, the more ashamed she felt. She really wanted to beg them to shut up. Feng Yi smiled. This can't be helped. In their opinion, women are naturally weaker than men. They shouldn't perform so well in horse riding, and archery. Once the facts exceed their expectations, they will naturally find all kinds of excuses to justify their arguments. Unintentionally, Feng Yi understood the nature of the contrarians. Sun Lan said, but isn't it known to everyone that the Duke of Lanting met an immortal and was taught a book? Everyone knew that the Duke of Lanting met an immortal when she was young. The immortal taught her a godly book and taught her how to make up for the 30% yang qi that a woman lacked when she was born. After making up for the lack of yang qi, a woman's physique would be the same as a man's. They couldn't be judged by so-called common sense anymore. Before these celebrities jumped to conclusions, didn't they know about the studies of the girls of the Golden Scale Academy? Regardless of gender, the morning classes were the same. In the afternoon, the men learned horse riding, archery and swordsmanship, while the women learned needlework, horse riding, archery and martial arts. The girls learned the same martial arts as the Duke of Lanting. They learned for more than 10 years. If they couldn't fight, then who could? Didn't they know that the male students of the Golden Scale Academy didn't dare to provoke the girls? Feng Yi pondered for a while before coming to a conclusion. There will always be people who don't believe in heresy. Sun Lan said, that makes sense. While they were talking, Feng Yi's results were also out. His Ming and Luan only had 4 points. 4 points? Didn't they say that Feng Zi was all-powerful? Why didn't he cover up his son's shame? The celebrity who was dissed by Feng Zhen was proud. Feng Zhen bragged about how outstanding his son was every day, but he only got 4 points. His results were below average. Feng Zhen didn't feel embarrassed. He felt embarrassed for the other party. He had been bragging for so many years and now he was finally going to break. Feng Zhen was very calm and wasn't affected in the slightest. Feng Yi's physique was like his. Performing Ming and Luan required physical and mental strength. The troublemaker even removed the stirrups. It wasn't just difficult. The rider had to use the strength of his waist and legs to control the horse. It was normal that Feng Yi didn't get full marks. Zhang Ping saw his calm expression and was even in the mood to encourage his son with his eyes. He was very curious. His son had embarrassed his father, but Feng Longzi wasn't angry? Feng Zhen rolled his eyes and said, among the 5 royals, Ming and Luan, and passing the monarch, used the least energy. Rong Li's physique is like mine, weaker than the average person. If he tried his best in the first section, he could get full marks, but for the song of chasing water, dancing on the thoroughfare, and chasing bird to the left, he wouldn't be able to do it. In this way the losses outweigh the gains. It's better to play it safe. The 5 royals only got 30 points. If he did well in the other 5, wouldn't his score be pulled back? There's still 180 points for the miscellaneous exam. Why do you care about these 2 points? Hearing this, Zhang Ping sighed. Feng Longzi didn't seem reliable. Previously he'd been complaining about practicing a smuff and not caring about his eldest son, but he saw it more clearly than anyone else. From this aspect he seemed to be a good example of a good father. Zhang Ping was going to be a father soon. As a newbie, the shortcut to gaining experience was to learn how other fathers did it. Feng Zhen had a good son. The details of his education would naturally attract Zhang Ping's attention. Looking at it this way, there were indeed merits to be gained. Zhang Ping said, hearing Zisher say this, it makes those talkative people even more laughable and lamentable. Feng Zhen smiled and said, that's true. Otherwise, Why would my lord put me in an important position while they can only jump around? And there's a smelly face, angle, and Chapter 1782. In the past, Feng Zhen's private life was more dissolute, and he acted like a prodigal son. This made some salted fish dislike him. Salted fish preferred a gentleman like Wuxia, who was clean and modest, even if he was usually the second male lead. As for Feng Zhen, if he was the male lead in a romance novel, his parents would not recognize him. However, a charming person would eventually attract the attention of others. Feng Zhen was not the male lead in a romance novel. His fans were more rational and knew that one's value could not be judged solely by his private life. Moreover, Feng Zhen's first wife, Feng Yi, died in childbirth. After that, he was single for many years before marrying Wuxia. During this period he was a bachelor. As a bachelor he did not steal, rob, or commit crimes. He only liked to visit women's places, drink wine, and look at mature women to satisfy his physical needs. He did not harm the interests of others, and his conduct was considered righteous. In this way his dissolute lifestyle was not a big problem for salted fish. Most importantly, after Feng Longzi got married, he focused on his family. Compared to those men who had 3 to 5 concubines after marriage and lived a drunken life, as well as the modern scumbags who had illegitimate children, mistresses, and cheated on their partners, Feng Longzi was simply a good man. This earned Feng Zhen quite a few fans. As an idol with tens of millions of active fans, Feng Zhen's business ability was very strong, and he inadvertently attracted another wave of fans. For example, this time, Feng Zhen, as an ancient person, had a similar open-mindedness and parenting experience to modern people. He was also direct and efficient in his criticism. If one did not become a fan of such an idol, then who would? When Jiang Pingji found that the bullet screen was full of comments related to Feng Zhen, this guy's popularity soared like a rocket. Feng Longzi's mama fan. After following the live stream for so many years, I realized that Feng Longzi is the father with the most modern parenting concept among all the dads. Don't be fooled by his usual lack of style, but outsiders can see that he interacts with his son on an equal footing. He does not use his status as a feudal parent to control everything about his children. Just based on this point, I think many modern parents can't do it. Jiang Pingji secretly nodded at this comment. She did not know why, but almost none of the ministers around her were old-fashioned and pedantic. She had never heard of any family that valued sons over daughters. On second thought, birds of a feather flocked together. This was the personality of the Lord. Of course, the officials who were attracted to her also had something in common. Zhen Wujiu, the comment above really touched my heart. If you compare Feng Longzi with my parents, I wonder which one is the ancient person and which one is the modern person. My parents' way of educating me was to beat and scold me. When I was young, it was my younger brother who stole 50 cents to buy candy. My parents didn't care about the consequences and beat me with a clothes hanger. They forced me to admit that I was the one who stole it. They beat the clothes hanger until it broke and my body was covered in black and blue marks. Later, when they found out that it was my younger brother, they pretended that nothing had happened. They even said that I was narrow-minded and bore a grudge until now. Feng Longzi is a playboy, but after he has a family, he is a loyal and responsible man. As for my dad, the salted fishes remembered very clearly that Feng Zhen wasn't always right. There were also times when he made mistakes and was disciplined by his son. A patriarch who lived in feudal times could lower his pride and admit his mistake to his son, but their parents stubbornly refused to admit their mistake. Parents couldn't be wrong. Even if they were wrong, children couldn't ask their parents to apologize or challenge their parents' authority. Otherwise it would be considered unfilial. Penglai umbrella dad, that's true. Feng Longzi did a good job. My grades used to be among the best. Later, because of puberty, weight gain, and being ostracized by my classmates, my grades plummeted. For the first time, my dad was called as a parent by the teacher. He didn't ask anything and directly slapped me 7 or 8 times in the teacher's office. He even kicked me in the stomach and scolded me with all kinds of nasty words. Feng Yi only got 4 out of 6. Feng Longzi analyzed rationally, understood his son, and even rebutted the gossipy old woman. Sigh, they couldn't be compared. Hashtag the heartless world owes a father like Feng Zhen. Hashtag for a time, topics related to Feng Zhen rushed to the hot search, causing many netizens to complain about their parents. The most attractive point of this topic was that Feng Zhen, the ancient people, had more open-minded parenting principles than modern parents. Some people said that the generation of parents was uneducated and old-fashioned. How could children be so vengeful? Parents and children were connected by tendons even if their bones were broken. When children were scolded by their parents, it must be because they were at fault. How could they not be filial? These comments were naturally dissed by the salted fish who were reminiscing about the past. F***ck, even Feng Zhen, a standard ancient person, didn't talk about filial piety all day long. Instead he said things like the father is kind and the son is filial, and the father is not kind and the son is not filial. A group of modern people rushed to clean up the filial piety, and even said things like, parents can only understand the painstaking efforts of their parents. These remnants of feudalism should really transmigrate back to be ancient people. Maybe they would be even more famous than they were now. Chapter 1783. After Mingyi Luan, it was Song of Chasing Waters. During the performance of Song of Chasing Waters, the rider had to ride the horse steadily on the bumpy road. The grading criteria were similar to Mingyi Luan. The drill ground was wide and flat. There was no area suitable for Song of Chasing Waters. Everyone thought that they had to change the venue, but Jiang Pingji had no intention of doing so. She clapped her hands 3 times. The soldiers stationed in the distance tacitly opened up a path. The spectators in the distance couldn't help but stretch their necks. What's that? Questions were asked from the crowd. Jiang Pingji said, the Song of Chasing Waters will be tested on it. When everyone saw it clearly, a celebrity couldn't help but sneer. Is this considered playing to the gallery or being overjoyed? Jiang Pingji had asked someone to move the plot of land there and put it together to form an examination venue. In the eyes of these contrarians, this action was like taking off one's pants and farting. The drill ground could be moved if there was nothing important. They actually spent so much manpower, material resources and financial resources to move the plot of land here. What a waste. Jiang Pingji had good hearing. She had heard many suffocating remarks made by these contrarians. Salted Fish felt that Jiang Pingji was too naive, but in fact, Jiang Pingji didn't care about them at all. The contrarians were a group of clowns. No matter how much they talked, they couldn't hurt Jiang Pingji at all. What made the contrarians feel worse than scolding back was ignoring them. They were the third-class celebrities in Feng Zhu's words. No matter what they did, their ultimate goal was to accumulate connections and prestige to lay a good foundation for their future career advancement. Since ancient times, there was no lack of celebrities who used this method to advance. The more they scolded those in power, the more they were valued. Firstly, they didn't think that they were contrarians. They were saying things that others didn't dare to say. Secondly, if they became officials and were put in an important position by Jiang Pingji in the future, this old history could be dug up and become a story of the ruler and her ministers forgetting all enmity with a smile. Not only would they step on those in power to increase their prestige and add a layer of golden light, but those in power could also use this to show their magnanimity. However, Jiang Pingji chose to ignore them and let them continue to jump and jump. This was very uncomfortable. Your smiley face, Engel. I really remember that the Lord has good hearing. She definitely heard what those vile people said. Feng Zhen laughed maliciously. The celebrities worked hard to put on a show, but the Lord turned a blind eye. Zhang Ping said, the Lord is actually not angry? Feng Zhu interrupted, a scholar's tongue can be spared but not silenced. Wuxia also said, the Lord is kind and benevolent, he will not be calculative with them. Taking care of this non-lethal contrarian was not only giving the contrarian too much face, but it was also disgusting. If Jiang Pingji really went online to deal with the trolls, it would provoke the backlash of the scholars and make the trolls even more vicious. Yes, in this era, imperial power wasn't centralized and it wasn't absolute. It wasn't as exaggerated as the literary inquisition mentioned by Salted Fish in the livestream room. Scholars had the right to express their opinions. Even a king didn't have the right to kill someone just because they said something wrong. That was the action of a tyrant. Of course, not having the right to kill them didn't mean that they couldn't. It was just that killing them would leave a bad reputation. The emperor cherished his reputation and would not offend these scholars. Jiang Pingji was not an emperor, but she was not far from it. While they were talking, the Song of Chasing the Waters began. Wuxia realized that the exam venue, which was put together at the last minute, looked a little strange. It looked a little fake. It didn't look like people had guessed that the land had been taken down and moved here. It looked like it was man-made. Zhang Ping said, Zixiao's observation is meticulous. This thing is indeed made by a craftsman. In this era, the level of tools and technology was limited. No matter how powerful Jiang Pingji was, she couldn't have allowed people to take down a whole piece of land. The venue for the Song of Chasing the Waters was made by Jiang Ping's people using lime to treat it with special methods. In order to make it more realistic, the base was made with lime as the raw material. Real objects were placed on the surface, imitating the rugged terrain. It took more than a month to build. The quantity of this lime was very small, which made Jiang Ping feel that it was a pity. If there was more of it, it could be used to build the foundation of a house. This was because after hardening, it could glue things together. It was strong and hard, so it was a good auxiliary material for building roads and houses. Jiang Ping sighed. If everyone had eyes like Zixiao's, they wouldn't have made a fool out of themselves like that group of people. Wei Ci smiled faintly without saying anything. The Song of Chasing the Waters assessment was also divided into groups of 50 people. Each group was made up of 10 people. The order of going on stage was based on the order of drawing lots in the first round. Sun Lan's performance this time was not bad. She got full marks. Feng Yi's performance also improved. She got 5 points. The girls of the Golden Scale Academy still crushed the boys with a very high percentage of full marks. The faces of the onlookers were livid. They didn't criticize Jiang Pingji's black box operation anymore. They started to ridicule the incompetence of the boys of the Golden Scale Academy. Sun Lan's Song of Chasing the Waters had long finished. When Feng Yi finished the exam and came to rest, he couldn't help but complain to his partner. These scholars are really interesting. If they really think that the Song of Chasing the Waters is easy and can easily get full marks, they should give it a try. They only knew how to stand at the side and criticize. Sun Lan's heart was burning with anger. You no cano bb. Feng Yi smiled and comforted him. If they want to offend us, let them. Sooner or later they will suffer. The Master of Lanting obviously wants to put us in an important position. Our classmates' futures will definitely not be bad. It's their business to make so many potential enemies just for a moment of pleasure. Sun Lan was speechless. His partner's words made sense. Feng Yi continued, passing the graduation exam only means that everyone has completed their studies in the academy. It doesn't mean that they have become officials. There is an even more important exam in May. Not only can we participate, but those scholars who are interested in becoming officials can also participate. At that time, we will let them know whether it is difficult to get full marks for the Song of Chasing the Waters. Before that, we have to be careful with our words and actions to avoid being used against us. Outsiders thought that the students of the Golden Scale Academy were young and had a different path to becoming an official. They didn't know that Jiang Pingji had the intention to let these juniors compete with the famous scholars who had been famous for a long time. If these scholars lost to Feng Yi and the others in all aspects, their reputation would be ruined and they would vent their anger. Sun Lan said, "Then now," Feng Yi smiled. "Strive to get a good ranking. Otherwise, how are you going to explain to military advisor Qiguan?" Qiguan Rang's father-in-law was difficult to deal with. Even if Sun Lan made Qiguan Jinghui relent, Qiguan Rang couldn't be dissatisfied with Sun Lan. Sun Lan was speechless. He almost forgot about his father-in-law. He was a little scared when he thought of his future father-in-law's dark face. "Wrongly, do you think I can get into the top 10? He didn't even want to be in the top 3. It would be good to be in the 10th place. Feng Yi looked at his partner with pity in her eyes. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.